And good morning and welcome back to day 2 of racing at the New South Wales State Masters Championship for 2023. We've already got a crew on the crew's lined up on the start line for race 72, the women's F quad scull, with a progression of the first, second, third and fourth through to the final, which is race 85. In lane 3, we've got Leichhardt 1, Kerry Thorne, Catherine Head, Marilyn Ramage, Lynette Werry, and coached by Frank Thorne. In lane 4, we have Newcastle, Lyndon Ellie Smith, Phoebe Saunders, Sharon Butler, and Sue Brown. In lane 5, we have North Shore, Sally Edwards, Wendy Zammit, Julie Wass, and Karen Sammett, coached by Samantha Callaghan. In lane 6, Drummoyne, Rowena Stewart, Leonie Collins, Sky Smith and Marcella Cox, and in lane 7, St George Composite, Anne Taylor, Joanne Ward, Amanda Berrant and Christine McCready, coached by Bruce Williams. And they're away in the first race in very good conditions, Michael.
Well, good morning, Rob, and thank you. And of course, welcome back to everyone for this morning's racing, the second day of the New South Wales Masters Championships for 2023. Of course, we're underway in the first event of this morning's proceedings, race 72, the Women's F Quadruple Scull. And I must say, fantastic conditions for sculling this morning, Rob. Thankfully, the wind has died down from last night and the sun appears to have poked its head out again, so we're looking forward to another fantastic day. Yes, for sure, Michael.
The wind is still forecast to come up a little bit in the over the next couple of hours, but hopefully it's a lot lower than what it was supposed to be today, so hopefully we can maintain that for a bit longer. So we're currently following the umpire's boat, following the North Shore crew, and had a few early steering problems on the boys, but they seem to have straightened up now. It appears at this stage that the crew over in lane 7 has jumped out to a bit of a lead. That's the St George Composite crew, and not too far behind are the other 4 crews in the race.
That's right, Rob. It does look as though that crew closest to us on the grandstand, St George Mossman Composite boat, Anne Taylor, Joanne Ward, Amanda Berrant and Christine McCready, have a little bit of an advantage over the rest of the field at this stage. But I would suggest that Drummoyne in lane 6 isn't too far off them either. But we'll just wait and see as the crews come through the 500 metres. Well, we've got some numbers. It is that St George Mossman Composite in the lead. North Shore in lane 5 is running second at this stage. Sally Edwards, Wendy Zammit, Julie Wass and Karen Sammett. And Drummoyne in third. Newcastle in fourth, Leichhardt in fifth at this stage, coming into the final 250 metres.
So as we come down into the, nearing the last 100 metres of the race, we've got the St George Composite holding a very handy lead at this stage over the rest of the field. Remembering that progression is first, second, third and fourth into the final. So it looks pretty clear cut at this time with the St George Composite. The rate's down, they're looking very relaxed as they come to the line. Same with the North Shore crew of Sally Edwards, Wendy Zammit, Julie Wass and Karen Sammett. And the Drummoyne and Newcastle crews also have brought the rate back down, knowing that they're fairly comfortably into the final. So as we come up to the last couple of strokes, the St George Composite crew going across the line now to take first place Not much in it for second place. The North Shore crew crossing the line, and a close finish between the Drummoyne and Newcastle, pretty much a across the line together. And fifth across the line will be the Leichhardt crew.
Thanks, Rob. Yes, not much competition for those top four crews across the line there. Knowing that they were all going to qualify for the final, I would suggest just a conservation of energy there. But certainly qualifying for the final at 9:20 a.m., race 85, is the St George Mossman Composite crew: Anne Taylor, Joanne Ward, Amanda Brent, Christine McCready. North Shores: Sally Edwards, Wendy Zammett, Julie Wass, Karen Sammett. Newcastle Rowing Clubs: Linda Neely-Smith, Phoebe Sanders, Sharon Butler and Sue Brown. And the final qualifier: Rowena Stewart, Leonie Collins, Sky Smith and Marcella Cox. So race 73 is now on the course. It's the second heat of the women's F quad scull. The progression, likewise, is 1, 2, 3 and 4 through to the final at 9:20 a.m. And the remaining crew will be eliminated. So just to run through the roll call quickly, they're already halfway down. In lane 3, from Manning River Rowing Club: Joanne McPhellamy, Sue Edwards, Amanda Cavill and Prudence Deacon. In lane 4, from Canberra Rowing Club: Nerida Carter, Catherine Hodges, Christine Bowen and Narelle Connor. In lane 5, from Black Mountain Rowing Club: Pamela Nash, Fiona Martin, Mary Quilty and Yvonne Poles. In lane 6, representing Leichhardt Rowing Club: Anna Foley, Susan Huggett, Deanna Fekete and Kathy Usich. And finally, representing the Sydney University Boat Club: Lisa Cotty, Jodie Cathcart, Emma Smith and Kerry Bigsworth, coached by Kirsten Lilliquist and Phil Titterton.
So the crew's now coming down to about the last 300 odd metres, or 250 metres, with a clear lead from the Canberra Black Mountain, with the Black Mountain crew, with the but a bit of a push now coming through Leichhardt, from the Leichhardt crew beside them, and they've pushed to the lead. But Black Mountain crew doesn't look too phased about this. They're just going to maintain their position now. Over in lane 3, we have Manning just pushing along at the moment, with the Sydney Uni in lane 7, just ensuring that they get those top 4 positions. A little way back to Canberra.
Yeah, that's right, Rob. It's all to do for Canberra at this stage, but it's going to be too little too late for them, I would suggest. The top 4 qualifiers through to the final. Just trying to conserve their energy by the looks of things. Nothing too strenuous. So Black Mountain take the win in the second heat, followed by Leichhardt, Manning River and Sydney University in that order. The Canberra Rowing Club crew missing out on qualification.
On the course at the moment, we have the women's E-double, race 74. Once again, the progressions are first, second, third and fourth for the final, which is race 87. In lane 2, the Drummoyne Composite: Renata Ipmar and Kathleen Hextall. Lane 3, North Shore: Zita Briones and Karen Knowles. In lane 4, Endeavour: Rosalie Furness, Diane McShane, coached by Peter Bond. In lane 5, Endeavour Composite: Jules Bosco and Katrina Whiteley. In lane 6, Drummoyne Composite: Leslie Howard and Carolyn Vernon. In lane 7, a Drummoyne crew of Bridget Austin and Colleen Chapman.
Looking out across the competition lake, Rob, I would suggest early on that it's the crew in lane 2, the Drummoyne Balmain Composite, who are in the lead. That's Renata Ipmer and Kath Hextall. somewhat unsurprisingly as well, I might add. They've both had a very successful weekend and very well-respected competitors. Second place is a little bit tighter to judge at this stage. Could well be that North Shore, Zeta Briones and Karen Knowles in lane 3, currently in that second place, or perhaps across here to Leslie Howard and Caroline Vernon in lane 6, but too early to tell at this stage. Still about 400 metres to row.
So now into the last 250 metres, and the crew of the Drummoyne composite crew of Regatta Ipmar and Kathleen Hextall just out with a handy lead at the moment. It's getting a little bit tighter in the middle of the field there, Michael, with the North Shore, North Shore Endeavour and Drummoyne composite certainly pushing up to fight out for that fourth position, make sure they're getting into that final.
Yeah, that's right, Rob. 2 crews to miss out in this race. Only the top 4 to progress through to the final in race 87. So I would suggest at this stage it is Drummoyne, Bridget Austin and Colleen Chapman, together with Jules Bosco and Katrina Whiteley of the Endeavour composite crew, are in the hot seat facing elimination from this event. And I have to say, margins are pretty flattering now for them. Looks relatively clear-cut that our qualifiers will be Drummoyne and Balmain in Regatta Ipmer and Kathleen Hextall over there in lane 2, who look all but certain now to claim the win in this first heat of the women's E-double. Second qualifier looks to be Drummoyne Leichhardt, Leslie Howard and Caroline Vernon. Third qualifier will be North Shore, Zeta Briones and Karen Knowles, followed across the line now by lane 4, Endeavours, Rosalie Furness and Diane McShane. Fifth and first crew to miss out on qualification, lane 7, Bridget Austin, Colleen Chapman, followed across the line by Endeavour, Newcastle University composite, Jules Bosco and Katrina Whiteley. And so that's how they finished, Rob.
Yeah, so at this stage, it's the crew of Drummoyne composite, Regatta Ipmar and Kathleen Hextall, the Drummoyne composite of Leslie Howard and Carolyn Vernon, and North Shore's Zeta Briones and Karen Knowles, and the Endeavour Rosalie Furness, Diane McShane going through to the final. And out on the course we have race 75, the second heat of the women's E-double scull. In lane, same progression through to the final, first, second, third and fourth. In lane 3, we have North Shore, Joe Hodgkinson and Annalise Appleton, coached by John James. In lane 4, we have Shoalhaven, Linda Eddington and Simone Jones. In lane 5, Abbotsford, Rosemary Hancock and Yvonne Konchek. In lane 6, Lake Macquarie, Nerida Clinton and Jans de Jong. And in lane 7, ANU composite, Julia Wood and Sue Donahue.
Well, I'm prepared to be corrected, Rob, but from where I'm sitting at the moment, I'm always prepared to be corrected, but it does appear as though lane 3's North Shore crew of Joe Hodgkinson and Annalise Appleton might have taken an early lead in this race.
Yeah,
I think that is right.
Yeah, they've certainly gone through that 500 metre mark with a clear lead over the Lake Macquarie. Just about a length on the Lake Macquarie crew, with a very tight between the ANU Exeter and Shoalhaven and Abbotsford crew. So very tight for those final 3 qualifying spots.
Well, this is what we love to see. Plenty of jostling early on in the morning for those precious spots in the final. Of course, the race is going to be between Shoalhaven and Abbotsford and ANU Exeter, who are all pretty much in a straight line. The only outliers at this stage are the North Shore crew, Hodgkinson and Appleton, who are probably about a boat length in front of their competitors, who are lining up pretty much in a straight line across the grandstand side of the course. Perhaps a little bit further ahead is Eddington and Jones from Shoalhaven, but then Abbotsford, Lake Macquarie and ANU, well, it's anyone's game at this point. One of them will miss out. Who will it be?
Yes, Michael, and North Shore not leaving anything to chance. These crews are racing each other, are pushing up on them, so it's going to be a tight finish all the way around. I think just holding a little, North Shore just still holding a little bit of a lead, but certainly that the crews from over on this side, the ANU composite, now seems to have pulled up a bit ahead of the other two, the Lake Macquarie and Abbotsford crews. So at the moment, the race is between those two crews, the Abbotsford in lane 5 and Lake Macquarie.
That's right. So it looks as though, it's still really close between Abbotsford and Lake Macquarie. Those two boats fighting each other for this final qualifying spot. It's going to be a win for North Shore. Second place looks to go, it's going to probably go to Shoalhaven, but it's going to be really tight between them and ANU Exeter. I think Shoalhaven just claims it, and really tight for that final spot. Abbotsford, Lake Macquarie. I think Abbotsford had it by the narrowest of margins.
Yeah, that was
very close indeed.
Extremely close. So we'll wait for the margin, but it appears that Abbotsford just did snuck home to get that final position.
Well, it's a pretty tight margin for so early on in this morning's program, so hopefully a sign of good things to come, Rob.
Yeah, that's great racing for the for the first 3 or 4 races of the regatta. So it augurs well for racing for the rest of the day.
So just a little bit of a break now. The next event on this morning's program is the men's Ida M quadruple scull, which will commence at 8:35 a.m. So on the course now is race 76, men's I to M quadruple scull. First of our finals for today. So just to run through the roll call quickly, in lane 2 representing St George Rowing Club is Peter Merritt, Clement Lewis, Ian Toll and Lance Reeve, coached by Jackie Peel. In lane 3 representing Mossman Rowing Club, John Struick, John May, John Hardy and Philip Titterton, coached by Steve Gordon. In lane 4 representing Manning River, Sydney Rowing Club and Canberra Rowing Club, Raymond Beaton, Warner Hyatt, Ken Ambler and Roy Halliday. In lane 5, representing Newcastle Rowing Club and Endeavour Rowing Club, Richard Gonnanan, David Laird, Alan Atkins and John McLeod. In lane 6, representing Canberra Rowing Club, John Simpson, David Coles, Michael Peedham and Michael College. And finally, in lane 7, representing the North Shore Rowing Club, David Kay, Len Walter, Jim Hole and John James. So through the 500 metres, it was the North Shore crew, Kay, Walter, Hole and James, who were in the lead. Of course, they started on go, as did Canberra Rowing Club in lane 6. 14-second delay for the remaining crews, Newcastle Composite, Manning River Composite, Mossman and St George. So the question is whether our crews who gave 14 seconds to Canberra and North Shore can make up that lead. It looks as though Mossman Rowing Club in lane 3 is doing just that. I would suggest that they have certainly overtaken Manning River Composite in lane 4. And they look as though they are poised to leapfrog North Shore on the grandstand side of the course.
And Michael, not or unsurprisingly, the current title holder is Mossman. I suggest that this would be very close to the crew, if not the crew that are the current holders of this this title.
Yeah, I'd have to agree, Rob. It's a relatively experienced crew here. Struick, May, Hardy and Titterton. The wind just picking up ever so slightly. A very gentle head breeze by the looks of things, but yeah, no doubt about it. Mossman Rowing Club in the lead and looking poised now to defend their title in the men's I quadruple scull. Silverware going to be going back to Mossman for 2023. It's going to be a win for Mossman. Second place looking like it'll go the way of Manning River, Sydney Rowing Club and Canberra Rowing Club in lane 4. Third place to North Shore in lane 7, Kay, Walter, Hole and James. Fourth place will go to North Shore's Peter Merritt, Clement Lewis, Ian Toll and Lance Reeve. Fifth place to Manning River in lane 6. The Canberra Rowing Club, I should say, in lane 6. Followed across the line, finally, by Newcastle Endeavour Composites, Richard Gonnan and David Laird, Alan Atkins and John McLeod.
And back up at the start, we have the women's G quad, race 77. This is once again a final, and it's the race is underway. In lane 3, we have Black Mountain Composite, Kathy Nash, Gabriel O'Kane, Palmina Grady and Mary Bonney. In lane 4, Manning River, Sue Edwards, Kay Smythe, Amanda Cavill and Prudence Deacon. In lane 5, the Endeavour Composite of Anne Campbell, Chris Brennan, Diane McShane and Lindy Nisbet, coached by Peter Bond. And in lane 6, Leichhardt, Kerry Thorne, Erica Addis, Kim Lloyd-Jones, Lynette Wary and coached by Frank Thorne. And so they're about 250 odd metres into the race at this point in time. It looks like the crew from the Endeavour Composite could have a handy lead over the rest of the field at this point in time. It's once again a very experienced crew, and not surprisingly, once again we look at the current title holder of Endeavour, Lake Macquarie, and there's very good chance that a lot of this crew could have been in that crew as well. So through the 500 metre mark, and the crew straight by Lindy Nisbet, the Endeavour Composite with about a 1 length boat lead over Black Mountain Nepean, Manning River a little bit further back, probably 2 lengths behind, and Leichhardt in 4th position. So at this point in time, it's it looks like the Endeavour Lake Macquarie crew are just consolidating their lead and keeping their eye out on the Black Mountain crew, a composite crew over in lane 3. So as we come down to the final 250, 300 metres to go, the crew of Lindy Nisbet, Diane McShane, Chris Brennan and Anne Campbell have extended their lead to about a length and a half over the Black Mountain Composite crew of Kathy Nash, Gabrielle O'Kane, Palmina Grady and Mary Bonney. They're certainly got a jump over the others. There's a bit of a fight for that third all-important bronze medal. And at this point in time, the Endeavour Composite looks to have, the Manning River crew looks to have a slight advantage over the Leichhardt crew.
Getting pretty exciting towards the end of this one, Rob, between lane 5 Endeavour Composite and lane 3 Black Mountain Composite. Looks as though Endeavour and Lake Macquarie are going to roll across the line relatively unchallenged to claim the win in the Women's G Quad Scull. State champions in 2023. Second place goes the way of Black Mountain and Nepean Composite. Third place to Manning River in lane 4. And to finalise this race, 4th place goes to Leichhardt Rowing Club, Kerry Thorne, Erica Addis, Kim Lloyd-Jones and Lynette Werry.
Just before we go to this medal presentation, we've got currently on the course, we have the men's H double. Newcastle in lane 2, Craig Butler and Anthony Butler. In lane 3, Abbotsford 1, Terry Barella and Charles McCaskill. In lane 4, ANU Composite, Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney. In lane 5, Lake Macquarie, Bruce Sharp and Robert Wallace. In lane 6, Glebe, Mark Tejan and Kim Macney. And in lane 7, Abbotsford 2, Konstantin Laptov and Michael Hayes. So they're coming through this course at this point. The Lake Macquarie crew of Bruce Sharp and Robert Wallace look to have the ANU Composite of Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney holding a commanding lead over Bruce Sharp and Robert Wallace of Lake Macquarie and Mark Tejan and Kim Macney of Glebe Rowing Club.
Yeah, pretty substantial lead being enjoyed by ANU Melbourne. We saw that combination come down the track yesterday as well, and they're going to enjoy another victory here this morning in the men's H double scull. Rod Stewart and Peter McCartney in lane 4. They're going to claim the win. Second place looks set now to go to lane 5's Lake Macquarie, Bruce Sharp and Robert Wallace. Followed by lane 6, the Glebe crew comprising Mark Tejan and Kim Macney. And still to come across the line is lane 2, Newcastle Rowing Club. And Newcastle are going to claim 4th. Fifth place is going to be a bit tighter between lane 3 Abbotsford and lane 7 Abbotsford. So that one for bragging rights. Getting pretty close now between these Abbotsford crews, lane 7 and lane 3. Couldn't quite say who's going to take this one on the line. Gee, that's pretty close. If I was a betting man, I'd say lane 7, but we'll leave that one to the judges. In any event, we'll move now to the presentation of medals for race 76, the men's I to M quadruple scull. In third place and recipients of bronze medals, North Shore Rowing Club. North Shore represented by David Kay, Len Walter, Jim Hole, and John James. In second place and recipients of silver medals, Manning River, Sydney Rowing Club and Canberra Rowing Club. Raymond Beaton, Warner Hyatt, Ken Ambler, and Roy Halliday. In first place, gold medalists and champions in 2023, Mossman Rowing Club, John Struick, John May, John Hardy, and Philip Titterton. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate your champions and medalists in the men's I to M quadruple scull.
Out on the course, we have race 79, the women's AB Cox's 4. We have one scratching out of this event, which is the Glebe crew in lane 4. So we only have the 2 remaining crews, Mossman, crew of Kim Lowry, Alexander Walding, Kelly Ross, Carissa Kleiman, coached by James Taylor, and in lane 6, Leichhardt, Taryn Innes, Jennifer Zonga, Nikki Lepresti, and India Evans, coached by Steve Sherry. So this is a very, very tight race in the early stages. Getting a little bit bouncy out on the course, but both crews not being too bothered by that. It looks at this point in time like the Leichhardt crew might have a slight advantage. We're looking at the live vision and right behind both crews, and it's a great shot looking down towards the finish. And rating up pretty similar in both crews, and it's very, very tight, Michael.
I think you're right, Rob. I think that Leichhardt crew has just got their bow ball in front, but there's not much in it at this stage, and I wouldn't want to call the winner in what is a Henley Royal Regatta style 2-horse race coming down the middle of the Sydney International Regatta Centre. Mossman up against Leichhardt. Still about 500 metres to row. Yeah, and the numbers are showing that Leichhardt in the lead, but by a small margin, certainly not unassailable. And both crews managing these conditions well, Rob. There's just a little bit of a breath of wind coming across, well, it's coming straight down the course, actually.
Yes, and it looks as though Leichhardt might have just pushed off that 500 metre mark and have just to look like they might have extended that lead just slightly. The rates come up a point or two, and now looking at stamping some dominance on this race.
Well, they won't want to be resting on their laurels because Mossman is still very much in it, and they've raised their rate of striking just to take the fight back to Leichhardt, but they've got some work to do now if they want to knock Leichhardt off their perch. Only one set of medals up for grabs in this race, of course. Leichhardt are responding to that press now from Mossman. And they are looking very strong indeed, Leichhardt Rowing Club. Taryn Innes, Jennifer Zonga, Nikki Lepresti and India Evans. Probably a couple of seats on that Mossman boat now. And Mossman have to rise to the challenge now. Looks as though they've done enough. Leichhardt Rowing Club will hold on to claim the women's AB Coxless 4 in 2023 state champions. Congratulations to Leichhardt Rowing Club. Mossman have to settle for second. And they're pretty happy with that one. And that's a really gutsy row from them, Rob. It's a really difficult thing to just stay within the boat in a 2-horse race. And it was a relatively tight tussle that whole time down. So kudos to both crews.
Very much so, and they've both, you know, it's, as you say, it's very hard to keep the eyes in the boat when there's only 2 crews, and they've both done particularly well, but a great win by the Leichhardt crew.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the women's G quadruple scull. In second place, recipients of the silver medal, Black Mountain and Nepean Rowing Clubs. Kathy Nash. Gabrielle O'Kane. Paulmina Grady. And Mary Bonney. In first place, gold medalists and champions in 2023, Endeavour and Lake Macquarie Rowing Clubs. Anne Campbell. Chris Brennan. Diane McShane. And Lindy Nisbet. Endeavour Composite is coached by Peter Bond. Please put your hands together for your champions and medalists in the women's G quadruple scull.
We have a start in race 80, the men's A double scull, going on with these the A age groups in these couple of races. In lane 3 we have Lake Macquarie, Luke Walker and Beau Fleming. In lane 4, University of New South Wales, Chris Byrne and Michael Pickford. In lane 5, Newcastle Composite of Rowan Hislop and Ben Homer. And in lane 6, Leichhardt, Suan Guimarães and Richard Medway, coached by Steve Sherry. And in lane 7, Nepean Composite, Odin McIntosh from Newcastle and Jason Waddell from Nepean. So in the early stages of the race, it's looks very tight across the field, Michael. It's not much in it. Maybe the crews over in lane 5, 6, and 7 are a little bit up on the rest of the crews.
Just while the men's A double is coming down, we'll have the presentation of medals in race 78, the men's H double scull. So in third place, representing Glebe Rowing Club bronze medalists, Mark Tejan and Kim Mackney. In second place, recipients of silver medals, Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Bruce Sharp and Robert Wallace. In first place, gold medalists and champions in 2023, the Australian National University Boat Club and Melbourne Rowing Club, Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney. Please congratulate all our medalists in the men's H double scull.
As we come through to getting close to the last 250 metres of the men's A double, it appears that the crew in lane 7 may have the slightest of lead. This is the Odin McIntosh and Jason Waddell over the Newcastle Composite crew of Rowan Hislop and Ben Homer. And it's very tight, and they've both lifted their racing and rating and really pushing towards the line. A little way back to the Leichhardt crew and the other two crews in the New South University and Lake Macquarie. But this is a ding-dong battle at the front of the field, and the rate's up. At the moment, the Nepean Composite just has the slightest of advantage over the Newcastle Composite crew, but they're pushing all the way to the line, and it looks like the crew of Jason Waddell and Odin McIntosh will hold on to get the win in the men's A double, closely followed by Rowan Hislop and Ben Homer in second place from Newcastle Composite. The Leichhardt crew of Suan Guimarães and Richard Medway in third. The University of New South Wales crew of Chris Burns and Michael Pickford in fourth, and Lake Macquarie's Luke Walker and Beau Fleming in fifth place.
That was a pretty fast race there, Rob, and yeah, really gutsy rowed by McIntosh and Waddell of Nepean and Newcastle University Boat Clubs to see off Hislop and Homer from Newcastle and Newcastle University, respectively. So in that Newcastle Composite boat, who just ran second, is Ben Homer, who'll be joining us up in the commentary tower later on today, Rob. Valued member of the commentary team.
So on the start, we have race 81, the women's H2M Coxless 4. In lane 4, North Shore, Walter, Susan Wannon, Virginia Fabro and Jeanette Pendleton, coached by Kim Rudder, and they are off 18 seconds. In lane 5, we have the Canberra crew of Janny Corrie, Gillian College, Kathy Finlay and Susan Lineker, and there they will be off go. So just once again, that two-horse race, the Canberra crew has, both crews are now on their way, so a bit of work to be done by the North Shore crew, Michael, to catch up to Canberra with that 18 seconds.
Precisely, and of course the aspiration is that both crews cross the line at exactly the same time to cause some headaches for our judges. But yeah, of course, North Shore has all the work to do, and we'll just see if Canberra Rowing Club's Corrie College, Finlay and Laneka can respond to the challenge of the sprightly H crew in North Shore colours. Well, Rob, they're through the 500 metres now, and North Shore have halved the distance to Canberra Rowing Club. So theoretically, we are in for the fabled synchronised finish in these types of races where we have a delay in the starting time of one crew relative to the other, but still work to be done by that North Shore crew in lane 4. That's Susan Walter, Susan Wannon, Virginia Fabro and Janet Pendleton. Trying to get the jump ahead of Jenny Corrie, Gillian College, Kathy Finlay and Susan Laneka of the Canberra Rowing Club. A wind just breathing softly down upon them in the middle of the course, but of course neither crew gaining any particular advantage. The wind is blowing evenly across or down the course, I should say. I would suggest, Rob, that North Shore just eating away at that lead enjoyed by Canberra Rowing Club ever so slightly, and looks as though it'll be a pretty close finish coming into the grandstand end of the park.
Absolutely, Michael. The Canberra crew, as they get North Shore pushes up to them, we go for another push to stay in front. And actually, it's very, very close, and the finish line is coming up very quickly. So both crews will be acutely aware of that, and the North Shore crew with that, probably half a boat length to try to make up in the last 20 or 30 strokes as they come into the last 100 metres of the course. And as Michael said, this is what we look for in this handicapping, to have races that finish basically across the line, give the judges a bit of a headache, and can't split these crews as they're coming into the line now. And
it's so close. It's going to be really close to finish. Can North Shore keep that momentum going and snatch the win off of Canberra Rowing Club? It's going to be really tight to call. I think they've just overtaken them in those final couple of strokes. And Canberra Rowing Club just fading a little bit in the final few. North Shore claimed the win. That's a really exciting race. In the women's H2M Coxless 4. Win for North Shore ahead of Canberra Rowing Club. They left it right until the end, but just managed to get one up over Jeanette Corrie, Gillian College, Kathy Finlay and Susan Laneka of the Canberra Rowing Club. I'm sure nothing but respect between those two boats. So moving ahead, on the start line is race 82, the men's G8. We love seeing 8s come down the course here at the Regatta Centre. So in lane 3, representing North Shore Rowing Club, Michael Tyler, Peter Horton, Jeff Wannon and Stefan Kerr, Richard Lawson, Alistair Smith, Justin Peters, and Jeffrey Franklin. Their cox is Jennifer Pollock. Their coach is Kim Rudder. Representing Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 4, Jeff Rich, Alan Begg, Graham Reid, Mark Brooks, Michael Connery, David Cowlishaw, Gordon Bevan, and Rex Chadwick. Their cox is Sebastian Kladnig. Their coach is Angela Connery. In lane 5, representing Canberra Rowing Club, Daryl Ninham, Bernie Lodwick, Kim Fisher, Peter Brooks, Tom Hayes, Tony Wilkes, Jeffrey Brown, and Martin Little. Their cox is Nicole Hay. And finally, another Leichhardt crew in lane 6, David Ross, Norrie Cannon, Steve Duff, Dean Patterson, Andrew McCallum, Tim Clare, and Rob Tiley and Tim Tyndale. In the stern pair, their cox is Ruth Kelly. We're underway, Rob.
Yes, and Michael, it gives you an idea of the depth of some of these clubs. These are G crews, so I think it's 65 plus, 60, 65 plus, or probably 70 plus, where we've got 2 Leichhardt crews in the same race, just giving you, as I said, an idea of the depth of rowing in these Masters age group. At this point in time, we're it's still pretty close, although the North Shore crew looks to have got a bit of a jump on the far side with the Leichhardt crew on the near side, lane 6, over the other crews of Leichhardt 1 and Canberra. So they're just coming up to the 500 metre mark. And it said the Leichhardt crew on lane 6 may well now have just pushed ahead. A very experienced crew with the with Steve Duff, Dean Patterson, Tim Tyndale and Tim Clare in this crew. It's a very experienced crew, so they will be looking to race it. And yes, then they've gone through the 500 metre mark with a Leichhardt 2 crew in lane 6, holding a slight advantage, probably half a length advantage over the North Shore crew. A little bit back to the Canberra crew and the Leichhardt 1 crew. But certainly this race is still on, and with the North Shore and Leichhardt number 2 crews battling it out for that the gold medal, and the crew from Canberra at this point in time probably just consolidating that 3rd position. But look, the Leichhardt crew now is winding it up as they come down here. This is fantastic rowing from a G age crews. This is they've got the rating up, they've got the power in, and certainly making the most of this. So as we're coming down to about 150 metres to go, as we near the red buoys, the Leichhardt number 2 crew of David Ross, Norrie Cannon, Steve Duff, Dean Patterson, Andrew McCallum, Tim Clare, Robert Tiley and Timothy Tyndale, coached by Ruth Kelly, has about a length lead over the North Shore crew. Coming into the line, they've looked like they just might have backed it off a little bit now, as they can see, feel that finish line is in sight, and will come across in the end with a comfortable win over the North Shore crew in 2nd place, and the Canberra crew about another 7 or 8 strokes. So North Shore across the line now. The Canberra crew with about another 4 or 5 strokes to take, coming across the line to take that bronze medal, and Leichhardt number 1 into the last 40 or 50 metres will come across the line in 4th position.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for race 80, the men's A double scull. In 2nd place, representing Newcastle and Newcastle University, Rowan Hislop and Ben Homer. In first place, gold medalists and champions in 2023, Nepean Rowing Club and Newcastle University Boat Club, Odin McIntosh and Jason Waddell. Please congratulate our champions and medalists in the men's A double scull. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Women's H Coxless 4. Our champions and gold medalists in 2023, representing North Shore Rowing Club, Susan Walter, Susan Wannon, Virginia Fabro, and Janet Pendleton. Their coach is Kim Rudder. Please congratulate our champions in the Women's H Coxless 4.
On the course at the moment, we have race 83, the men's D pair. We have just two crews in this race. The Leichhardt crew in lane 6 has withdrawn. So in lane 4, St George Composite of Brad Smith, Steve Harrison, coached by Bruce Williams. And in lane 5, Black Mountain, Paul Williams and Steve McGlynn. At this not early part of the race, we're in the last 300 metres or so. The St George Composite, Michael, looks to have a fairly handy lead over the Black Mountain crew.
That's right, Rob. A couple of boat lengths at the very least, and thankfully the wind has died down a little bit and the conditions are flattening out nicely. The pair is a challenging boat to row at the best of times, and so it's a small mercy that the water is flattened out and there's no wind anymore, and certainly being enjoyed by Brad Smith and Stephen Harrison out the front of this men's D pair race. The University of New South Wales not returning this year to defend their title in the men's D pair at this Masters Championships. A little bit back to Black Mountain in lane 5, that's Paul Williams and Stephen McGlynn. They're a D crew, but at the front it's Smith and Harrison in the E category, who have commanded this race from start to finish and under no sort of pressure whatsoever. A little bit of a lift towards the line. They're going to take out the men's D pair championship in 2023. Congratulations to St George and Glebe rowing clubs. In second place to Black Mountain, Paul Williams and Stephen McGlynn.
On the course at the moment, we have race 84, the men's E Coxless 4. This race is always a hotly contested race. In lane 2, we have Sydney, Stuart Cowap, Stephen Graham, Dave Greenslade and Rob McNeil. In lane 3, we have the Mossman composite of Mark Partridge, Jose Maria Seguerola Aguirre, and Paul Bartels and Andrew Hourigan. In lane 4, Manning River, Colin Bruce, Glenn Herbert, Nick Johnson, Rhett Patterson. In lane 5, Glebe, Steve Irons, Christopher Nish, Timothy Bland and Charles Huxtable. In lane 6, we have North Shore 1, Simon Van Rizik. We have Nick Johnson, Eric Luck and Chris Walsh, coached by Samantha Callaghan. In lane 7, we have Drummoyne, Douglas Stewart, Andrew Patterson, Simon Glascott and Jeffrey Canning. And in lane 8, we have Glebe, Steve Caldwell, Richard Rebillard, Robert Fendel, Ken Major, coached by Ken Major. So they're through the 500 metre mark, and the Sydney crew has a slight lead over the Mossman composite and Manning River in third place. So that's the crews on first, second, third in lanes 1, 2 and 3. So very tight race, and the crew over and Glebe crew over in the near side to the grandstand certainly up there as well.
Well, that's right, Rob. You would say that the far lanes are being favoured, but that's just not the case at all. Conditions are absolutely perfect and very fair across the course, and Sydney Rowing Club making the best of things over the far side of the course at the moment. Stuart Cowap, Stephen Graham, David Greenslade and Rob McNeil looking pretty schmick. And in second place at this stage, Mossman and Black Mountain, Partridge, Serugola Aguirre, Bartels and Hourigan. So Sydney Rowing Club just looking to consolidate their lead, and Rob McNeil in the stroke seat. Of course, he is a member of the New South Wales Masters 8 for 2023, as is David Greenslade and Jose Maria Seguerola Araguay. So a couple of New South Wales representatives in this race, and doesn't it show? Sydney Rowing Club putting on a clinic this morning at the New South Wales Masters Championships. They're going to take the win in the men's E Coxless 4. Second place goes the way of Mossman Composite in lane 3. Third to Manning River in 4. Fifth place goes to Glebe in a fast finish. Sixth place to North Shore 1. Seventh place to lane 5, Glebe Rowing Club. And finally, across the line, Drummoyne Rowing Club in 8th place. As we're waiting for a start in race 85, we'll proceed with the presentation of medals for race 82, the men's G8. In third place, recipients of bronze medals, Canberra Rowing Club, Darryl Ninham, Bernie Lodwick, Kim Fisher, Peter Brooks, Tom Hayes, Tony Wilkes, Jeffrey Brown, and Martin Little. Their cox is Nicole Hay. In second place, silver medalists, North Shore Rowing Club, Michael Tyler, Peter Horton, Jeff Wannon. Stephen Kerr. Richard Lawson. Alistair Smith. Justin Peters. And Jeffrey Franklin. Their cox is Jennifer Pollock and their coach is Kim Rudder. In first place, gold medalists and champions in 2023, Leichhardt Rowing Club, David Ross. Norrie Cannon. Steve Duff. Dean Patterson. Andrew McCallum. Tim Clare. Robert Tiley. And Timothy Tyndale. Leichhardt Cox by Ruth Kelly. Please congratulate our champions and medalists in the men's G8.
We have race 85, well into race 85 on the course, the women's F quad scull final. In lane 1, Drummoyne, Rowena Stewart, Leonie Collins, Sky Smith and Marcella Cox. In lane 2, we have Manning River, Joanne McPhillamy, Sue Edwards, Amanda Cavell and Prudence Deacon. In lane 3, North Shore, Sally Edwards, Wendy Zammett, Julie Wass and Karen Sammett with coach Samantha Callaghan. Lane 4, Black Mountain, Pamela Nash, Fiona Martin, Mary Quilty and Yvonne Poles. In lane 5, St George Composite, Anne Taylor, Joanne Ward, Amanda Berrant and Chris McCready, coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 6, Leichhardt 2, Anna Foley, Susan Huggett, Deanne Feckerty, Kathleen Usick and coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 7, Newcastle, Lyndon Ellie Smith, Phoebe Saunders, Sharon Butler, Sue Brown, and in lane 8, Sydney University, Lisa Cotty, Jodie Cathcart, Emma Smith, Kerry Bigsworth, coached by Kirsten Lilliquist and Philip Titterton.
Thank you, Rob. Yes, and things are heating up towards the business end of the women's F quad scull. In the middle of the course, St George and Mossman stamping their ascendancy on this race. Anne Taylor, Joanne Ward, Amanda Berrent and Christine McCready looking the goods as they come into the final 100 metres. Second place at the moment is lane 3, North Shore. Black Mountain in lane 4, I'm sorry. That's Pamela Nash, Fiona Martin, Mary Quilty and Yvonne Poles. Third place is a little bit tight, but it's between North Shore in lane 3 and I would say Drummoyne in lane 1. But certainly, no doubt about it, it's a win for St George and Mossman in lane 5. Second place to lane 4, Black Mountain Rowing Club. Third place towards the final couple of strokes, it is going to be North Shore in lane 3. Fourth place is Drummoyne. Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 6 will have to settle for 5th. 6th place goes the way of Manning River in lane 2. 7th place to Newcastle Rowing Club in lane 7. 8th place. And finally to Sydney University Boat Club in lane 8. Ladies and gentlemen, gold medals being presented for the men's D pair. And that race was won by St George Composite, Brad Smith from Glebe Rowing Club and Stephen Harrison from St George. Please congratulate our winners for the men's D pair. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the men's E Coxless 4. In third place, recipients of bronze medals, Manning River Rowing Club, Colin Bruce, Glenn Herbert, Nick Johnson, and Rhett Patterson. In second place, recipients of silver medals, Mossman Rowing Club and Black Mountain Rowing Club, Mark Partridge, Jose Maria Segurola Aragui, Paul Bartels, and Andrew Horrigan. Gold medalists and champions in 2023, Sydney Rowing Club, Stuart Cowop, Stephen Graham, David Greenslade, and Robert McNeil. Please congratulate our champions and medalists in the men's E Coxless 4.
We're into race 86, the men's F singles scull final, and well into the race and through the half 500 metre mark, we have Chris Raymond from Canberra Rowing Club with a fairly clear lead over Glenn Schuster and Murray Doust. In the lineup for the field is St George, Glenn Schuster in lane 2, Essendon lane 3, Tim Jusaforix. In lane 4, Drummoyne, Anthony Howarth. In lane 5, Chris Raymond. In lane 6, Manning River, Murray Doust. In lane 7, Essendon, Bill Nugent. And in lane 8, Community, Paul Grayson, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjam.
Well, Rob, it looks like we're in for an exciting conclusion to this race. Up at the top end of the pack, Glenn Shooter from St George, I should say, in lane 2, is doing battle with Essendon, Tim Jusefowitz, and also Canberra Rowing Club's Chris Raymond in the middle.
Yes, and the Michael, we've got a little bit of a crosswind has built up as they're coming further through this race, making conditions a little bit more challenging, but doesn't appear to be a problem for Chris Raymond, who's really stamping his authority in this race. Although Murray Douse over in the Manning River sculler is really pushing through now, and I don't think he might not catch him, but certainly that race for 2nd, 3rd and 4th is a hotly contested one.
Oh, absolutely, Rob. And Douse of Manning River is pressing hard against Jusefowitz from Essendon and Shooter from St George, looking to push his way onto the podium, but no doubt about our race leader Chris Raymond, and barring disaster, he's going to claim the Men's F Single Scull Championship of New South Wales for 2023. It's a win for Canberra Rowing Club. 2nd place, well, Doust of Manning River has completely come through and eclipsed St George and Essendon. So it's 2nd place to Manning River, 3rd place St George. Glenn Shooter holds on to best. Tim Jusefowitz of Essendon Rowing Club, who claims 4th. 5th place goes the way of Bill Nugent, also from Essendon Rowing Club. 6th place to Drummoyne Rowing Club's Anthony Hayworth. And finally, a little bit back to Paul Grayson from Community Rowing Club in lane 8.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Women's F Quad Scull. In bronze medal, North Shores, Sally Edwards, Wendy Zammett, Julie Wass, and Karen Samet, coached by Samantha Callaghan. In silver medal, Black Mountain, Pamela Nash, Fiona Martin, Mary Quilty, and Yvonne Poles. And in first place and gold medalists, the St George Composite crew of Anne Taylor, Joanne Ward, Amanda Berendt, and Christine McCready. Please congratulate the winners and place getters in the Women's F Quad Scull.
Thank you, Rob. And on the course now is race 87, the women's E double scull. It's race 87, it's the final. So in lane 1, representing Endeavour Rowing Club, Rosalie Furness and Diana Trescott, coached by Peter Bond. In lane 2, from the ANU Boat Club and Exeter Boat Club, Julia Wood and Sue Donoghue. In lane 3, representing Drummoyne and Leichhardt Rowing Clubs, Leslie Howitt and Caroline Vernon. In lane 4, from North Shore, Joe Hodgkinson and Annalise Appleton, coached by John James. In lane 5, representing Drummoyne and Balmain, Renata Ipmer and Kathleen Hextell. In lane 6, from Shoalhaven, Linda Eddington and Simone Jones. In lane 7, from North Shore, Zita Briones and Karen Knowles. And finally, in lane 8, representing Abbotsford Rowing Club, Rosemary Hancock and Yvonne Konchak. So, Rob, into the final 250 metres now, and no surprises about our leaders, Renata Ipmer and Kathleen Hextell. They're out in the lead. In lane 5. Second place is a little bit tighter to call at this stage. Second and third, well, there's nothing in it between Endeavour, ANU and Drummoyne on the far side of the course, and that's where the real battle is going to be for the minor medals. And I think there's some medals over there on the far side. Just depends what colour they're going to be for Drummoyne, ANU and Endeavour. But certainly this stage, no doubt about our race leaders. It's Renata Ipmer and Kath Hextell from Drummoyne and Balmain.
Yeah, certainly a polished crew, this one. The combination of Ipmer and Hextell been rowing together for a long time, and certainly were in the medals a fair bit yesterday. But moving back, they look like they've got this race fairly well covered at this stage, with a couple more strokes to go and coming across the line. But that race for second, third and fourth, it's a close finish there at the moment. We have the crew from Drummoyne Composite of Leslie Howard and Carolyn Vernon, just holding a slight advantage over Julie Wood and Sue Donoghue, with Rosalie Furness and Diana Trescott. And it's the Sue Donoghue, Julia Wood crew has just got up over the top of the Drummoyne Composite and Leichhardt crew, and Endeavour in fourth. What a great race to the line. North Shore coming across the line now in lane 4, the Hodgkinson-Appleton duo, and then Zita Briones and Karen Knowles from North Shore, Linda Eddington, Simone Jones from Shoalhaven, and Rosemary Hancock and Yvonne Konchak coming across the line to take that 8th position. So congratulations to all competitors.
Well, what a fantastic race that was. We can all take a breath now, and just on the Bont Rowing live stream replay, you can see just in the final 2 strokes or so on the surge, it was that ANU Composite that snatched the silver medal off of Drummoyne and Leichhardt, Leslie Howard and Caroline Vernon, who had to settle for third, and that was really tight indeed, and that's exactly what you want to see in an A final at the state championship. So really, really well done to each of those crews, who are to be congratulated on a fantastic race. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the men's F single scull. In third place, representing St George Rowing Club, Glenn Shooter. And 23, from Canberra Rowing Club, Chris Raymond. Please congratulate your champion and medalists in the men's F single scull.
And on the course at the moment, we have race 88, the men's C quad scull. So quickly running through the crews. In lane 2, Black Mountains, Michael Simmons, Henry Bridgewater, Jeff Howell and Ian Mongan. In lane 3, North Shore, Quan Nguyen, Andy Jeffries, Nick O'Brien, Tom Payton, coached by John James. In lane 4, Nepean Composite, Paul Grady, Sean Ryan, Alistair Isherwood and Jason Waddell. In lane 5, St George Composite, Jeremy Smith, Alexander Doige, Andy Wigan and Alan Robertson. That crew could well be close to the state quad, so we'll keep an eye on them. And race 6, Endeavour, Owen Redhead, Alex Bruton, Christopher Bonamimi, and Tony Chadwick, coached by Peter Bond. Lake Macquarie in lane 7, Chris Mail, Bill Snyder, Guillermo Gomez Ansaldo, and Dean Deckert, and scratched was Leichhardt in lane 8. So,
well, you mentioned, Rob, could well be the New South Wales State Quad, and I think it is. That's St George Composite in lane 5, but what we have here in lane 2 is potentially the Australian Capital Territory Interstate Quad. That's the Black Mountain crew, and they're actually going to snatch the win off of that New South Wales boat, and it's a win for Black Mountain in lane 2. Second place to St George Composite, Jeremy Smith, Alexander Dodge, Andy Wigan, and Alan Robertson. They have to settle for second. Third place is going to go the way of lane 4, Nepean Composite. That's Paul Grady, Sean Ryan, Al Isherwood, and Jason Waddell, who claim third. Fourth place is Endeavour Rowing Club in lane 6. Fifth place is going to be tight between Lake Macquarie in lane 7 and North Shore in lane 3, but it's going to go the way of Lake Macquarie, who will happily let this boat drift across the line. Sixth place to North Shore in lane 3, and finally, we've got a scratching from Leichhardt, so that finalises this race.
ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the women's E-double scull. And in third and bronze position, Drummoyne Composite, Leslie Howard from Leichhardt Rowing Club and Carolyn Vernon. And in first place and gold medalists, Drummoyne Composite, Renata Ipmar from Balmain and Kathleen Hextall Drummoyne. Please congratulate our medal winners for the women's E-double scull. On the course at this time, it's race 89, the women's D8. In lane 3, we have North Shore, Sasha Tushowski, Emma Nicholas, Sharon Livingston, Bryony Short, Vicky Grundy, Gail Donkin, Christina McCulloch, Elizabeth Buzo, Jane Kavanagh, and coached by Justin Peters. In lane 4, Mossman, Alexander Walding, Jenny Wilson, M. Barrick, Christine Foxton, Kelly Ross, Christina Larson, Kim Lowry, Carissa Kleiman, and coxed by Sally Maspero, and coached by James Taylor. In lane 5, North Shore, Helen Byrne, Catherine Boland, Olivia Tung, Louise McCouch, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Peggy McBride, and Nikki Blackwell, coxed by Jennifer Pollock, and coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 6, a Drummoyne composite, Julie Lau, Katrina Brangwin, Esther Tucker, Katrina Shanahan, Helen Burton and Yasmin Finnegan, Sally Webbeck, Amy Greenlees, and coxed by Zoe Morrison. And in lane 7, Canberra composite, Ruth Martin, Jane Bond, Jane Marburg, Felicity Antle, Sue Ann O'Rourke, Emily Kerslake, Elaine Bisacker, Joanna Roy, and coxed by John Cousins.
Well, thank you, Rob. And through the 500-metre mark at this stage, it is the Mossman crew in lane 4. Walding, Wilson, Barrack, Foxton, Ross, Larson, Lowry, Kleiman and Maspero who are in the lead. North Shore currently running second. I can't quite tell which North Shore crew that is, but one of them. Third place at the moment is Drummoyne Balmain Composite running third, and fourth, it's close between North Shore lane 3 and Canberra Composite, I should say. That's a Canberra and ANU Composite in lane 7. So Mossman certainly in the ascendancy so far in this race. A relatively large margin for North Shore to make up for in the final 500 metres as the wind starts to pick up, blowing straight down the course. I don't think there's any particular advantage being enjoyed by one crew over the other. 250 metres to go. Mossman Rowing Club in the lead. The women's D8, the silverware and the state championship on the line in this race, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, Michael, these two crews out in front, the Mossman crew and the North Shore, seem to have got a fair gap between the third, fourth and fifth place getters. Drummoyne still holding on to that third place, but look to be having some steering problems out of the course and just running into that, a bit of a gust there and a lot of water being thrown up, but no problems like that for the Mossman and North Shore crews out in front. So they're holding that advantage of about a length over the North Shore crew, and look to have this race in control, but until they cross the line, it's never won. So,
well, that's right, and it's an exemplary performance by this Mossman crew, just striding out in the lead. That crew stroked by Carissa Kleiman, looking really nice and calm in their final couple of strokes, and they're going to win the women's D8 in 2023. North Shore Rowing Club in lane 5 having to settle for second place. And they're happy about it indeed, are that Mossman crew. Third place, well, at some distance back now, but it's a little bit of a tighter contest for third. It's going to be between Drummoyne Composite in lane 6 and I would suggest North Shore Rowing Club in lane 3. And both crews are throwing everything at the other in the final couple of strokes, and it's going to be tight. I think Drummoyne Composite has a very narrow advantage of a seat or so ahead of North Shore. As they take their final strokes, it is going to be lane 6, Drummoyne Composite, who runs third. Fourth place is going to be lane 3, North Shore. And they are being pursued by Canberra Composite, who will settle for 5th place in lane 7, which concludes this women's D8 final. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the men's C Quad Scull. Gold medalists and champions in 2023, Black Mountain Rowing Club. Michael Simmons, Henry Bridgewater, Jeff Howell, and Ian Mongan. Please congratulate our winners of the men's C Quad Scull. And I'm joined in the commentary tower by Ben Homer this morning.
Thanks, Michael. Plenty of Newcastle/Hunter region bias coming the way of the commentary box for the next 20 minutes or so, so I hope that helps.
Get ready for that, everyone.
Well, it depends if we got some crews in these races coming up. But
well, race 90 on the course, Ben. It's the women's C single scull in lane 1 from Glebe Rowing Club and Skilton. Scratching in lane 2. Lane 3 from Mossman Rowing Club, Sarah Hill. Lane 4, Shoalhaven Rowing Club, Katrina Davis, coached by Andrew Parry. In lane 5, also from Glebe, Jacqueline Harris. Lane 6, Leichhardt Rowing Club's Daniela Borgert. In lane 7, from Drummoyne is Jodie Panagopoulos. And finally in lane 8, from Black Mountain, Jane Clues. Now, these scullers are going to be enduring all sorts of headache, Ben, in this very, very gusty headwind that's only really cropped up in the last 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, it was pretty good conditions earlier in the morning, but yeah, it's going to make things challenging, especially as we go on today. Last race at 3:30 is also a single race, I'm told, so that's going to be quite challenging the further we move on throughout today. But out in front, it's Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven, who is out in front, just leading the way there from Sarah Hill, and then back in third, Glebe's Anne Skilton, coached by Robin Mackney. So this is going to be quite a challenging final 250 metres after the first 750 into this headwind.
Yeah, it is indeed. Katrina Davis of Shoalhaven Rowing Club out in the lead, and Sarah Hill from Mossman Rowing Club has latched onto her heel and is not letting her go and not letting her have it easy. But I would suggest that Davis of Shoalhaven just lifting her rate of striking. She knows she's coming into the final 100 metres of the course. When the boys turn red, she knows it's a short distance to travel. Sarah Hill just trying to respond and take the fight back to Davis from Shoalhaven, who just had a couple of dirty strokes, but I just wonder whether it's a little bit late. Davis of Shoalhaven in control of this race from start to finish, and she looks poised now to seize the women's C single scull title of New South Wales for 2023. Second place will go to Sarah Hill from Mossman.
Well, it could be tight here for third. Glebe Rowing Club scullers up against Daniela Borgart from Leichhardt, who's put in a good finish, but it is going to be Anne Skilton from Glebe, who claims bronze in this women's C single. Daniela Borgart won this title last year. She's going to have to hang on here to fourth place. Great finish from Jane Clues from Black Mountain Rowing Club, and then Jacqueline Harris from Glebe rounding out the field in this women's C single.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the women's D8. In third place, recipients of bronze medals, Drummoyne Composite. Julie Lau. Katrina Brangwin. Esther Tucker. Katrina Shanahan. Helen Burton. Yasmin Finnegan. Sally Webeck. Amy Greenlees. And their coxswain is Zoe Morrison. In second place, silver medalists, North Shore Rowing Club. Helen Byrne. Catherine Boland. Olivia Tonge. Louise McCoach. Rachel Lash. Nicola Kennedy. Peggy McBride. And Nikki Blackwell. North Shore are coxed by Jennifer Pollock and coached by Kim Rudder. In first place, gold medalist in 2023, Mossman Rowing Club, Alexandra Walding. Jenny Wilson. M. Barak. Christine Foxton. Kelly Ross. Christina Larson. Kim Lowry. Carissa Kleiman. And their cox, Sally Maspero. Mossman are coached by James Taylor. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for your champions and medalists in the women's D8.
Just a reminder to everyone, if you could just tie down your boats in the boat park. There has been some gusts of wind come through and knock some boats over. So if you could just make sure all your boats are tied down, that would be fantastic. Thank you. So we've got 4 races left now until the morning tea break. And what we have for you is the mixed D to F double scull. So the 4 divisions in this event. And first up, Division 1, we've got Manning River in lane 2, Glenn Herbert and Joanne Fellamy. In lane 3, Glebes, Cecile Fair and Kenneth Major. In lane 5, the Glebe Lake Macquarie Composite, Raylene Ison and Anthony Colley. Ison from Lake Macquarie, Colley from Glebe, and Sarah Barnes and Matthew Patner in 6 from Endeavour Rowing Club, coached by Peter Bond. The Glebe Lake Macquarie Composite also in lane 7, Michelle Duzel from Lake Macquarie, Brad Smith from Glebe, and in lane 8, Canberra Rowing Clubs, Jane Sutherland and Tony Wilkes. So this race just about to get underway as we see the boats just connecting with the starting fingers. So we're underway here, Division 1 of the mixed D to F double scull, and a wonderful start from Michelle Duzel from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club and Brad Smith from Glebe. And I can tell you that this is going to be one of the crews to beat in this race. I actually did some rowing with them a few weeks ago with my double partner Remy Keats. We went out with Brad and Michelle, so they were looking good then, and they're looking good in this race as well. I'm not claiming any credit though, Michael, for how they're going today. That was not
I wouldn't
nothing to do
suggest
with
you
us.
are, Ben, but look, look, they're out to an absolute blinder in this race so far. We saw them take off like a bat out of hell in those first couple of strokes. Michelle Duzel and Brad Smith from Glebe Rowing Club in lane 7. Keep an eye on them because they are going to be quick in this race.
And you just wonder whether they can keep it up over the back end of this race, because they went out so hard. You wonder how many bickies they've spent in the first 500 metres. So just to go through these boats. So Manning River in 2, that's Herbert and McPhellamy. In 3, Glebe, Fair and Major. Glebe Composite in lane 5, Ison and Colley. Endeavour in 6, Barnes and Patton. Duzel and Smith in 7, and then Sutherland and Wilkes from Canberra Rowing Club in lane 8.
Well, that's right, Ben. And just as the crews approach the 500-metre mark in this race, the halfway point, you can see the crews approach the camera on the Bont Rowing live stream. And, yeah, certainly no doubt about it, Smith and Duzel in the lead. But hot on their heels are their fellow club mates from Glebe, Cecile Fair and Kenneth Major, some 7 seconds behind. Manning River pursuing them with tenacity as well in lane 2. 4th at the moment, the Glebe Lake Macquarie combination.
Well, just hang on. hang on a sec, Michael. I'm just looking at that Brad Smith boat, and I've gone, that's not a Lake Macquarie Zudi. That's Newcastle Rowing Club. That's actually Phoebe Sanders, who was subbed in with Brad Smith, who's our club captain at Newcastle Rowing Club. And I thought to myself, gee whiz, unless Michelle has forgotten a Zudi, that looks like Phoebe. And yes, it is. So they're out in front. So a late issue maybe there that we haven't got through. So that scratching has all been confirmed. That's on the official results.
Well, we'll eat our own words, and that's okay. We're happy to stand corrected.
That's fortunate. We've double-checked that. So Phoebe Sanders and Brad Smith leading the way with about 250 metres left to travel. Second and third at the 500 was Glebe Rowing Club, and then Manning River in third place, Glebe Lake Macquarie in fourth. That's Ison and Collie. So should be a good finish this last 100 metres. The dark red boys approaching pretty quickly, and they got out to a good lead, did Phoebe Sanders and Brad Smith inside the opening 200 metres, and they are powering away. And you can see over on that far side, speaking of powering away, Manning River are doing just that. That's Glenn Herbert and Joanne McPhellamy. They were in third place. They were about 2 seconds off second place in the silver medal at the halfway point, and they look to be just rowing over the top of the Glebe crew inside them. But out in front, it will be a win here for Brad Smith and Phoebe Sanders. Sanders coming in after Michelle Duzel dropped out of that boat from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. So Newcastle Rowing Club and Glebe are going to win this Division 1 of the mixed D to F double scull. And over on the far side, could we have another CDRA crew getting a medal here? They're trying to hang on Manning. It is tough going into the headwind, and Manning claim a silver medal, and Glebe are going to win bronze in this mixed D to F double scull. So not a bad race there for the Central Districts Rowing Association. Three medals out of the top two.
Not bad at all, Ben. Not bad at all. And look, you mentioned it before. The crews have done a bang-up job to just keep a really powerful strike into that nasty head breeze. And so congratulations to each of our crews out here in the mixed double scull. Just coming across the line now is Endeavour Rowing Club, Sarah Barnes and Matthew Patton in lane 6. And we'll also have a finish from Canberra Rowing Clubs, Jane Sutherland and Tony Wilkes in lane 8 very shortly, who will finalise this race. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for race 90, the women's C single scull. In third place, bronze medalist from Glebe Rowing Club, Anne Skilton. In second place, recipient of the silver medal, Sarah Hill from Mossman Rowing Club. Gold medalist and winner in 2023, Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven Rowing Club. Please congratulate our champion and medalists in the women's C single.
So we've got Division 2 of the mixed D to F double on the course. Lane 2, Trudy McDonald and Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie. Debbie Berkovich and Peter Brooks from Canberra in 3, M. Barak and Alexander Deutsch from Mossman in 4, Wendy Roncolado and Gabrielle Haythornwaite from Drummoyne in 5, in 6, Glebe's Emma Hutchinson and Mark Tierjen, and then in lane 8, Jody Panagopoulos and Richard Jones from Drummoyne Rowing Club. Now, the crews over in lane 2 and 3 all went off 4 seconds. Every other crew went off go, so you wouldn't be surprised if this crew, as you can see, Lake Macquarie sitting there in lane 2, were able to overcome this deficit, and they are going to be the fastest finishing crew in this race, you would expect based on that. You can see Drummoyne and Glebe over on this near side of the course. They're right up there, and at the halfway point, it was an advantage for the crews on this near side. So Lake Macquarie was sitting back in 4th at the 500 metre mark, but this is going to be a great finish here with about 150 metres to travel. That's Trudy McDonald and Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. They've had a glance over the course. It's tough from one side or the other just to see where your opposition is at, and they may have just got themselves in front of the Glebe crew of Hutchinson and Tijen, who's been doing some commentary with us up here at the finish tower, and he's looking though they may get on the podium, but it's going to be tough now to pull back this Lake Macquarie crew who started off 4 seconds.
It's another trophy going back to the mid-north coast, Ben. Looking really in control is that Lake Macquarie crew. Trudy McDonald and Jeremy Smith, they take the win in the mixed DF double scull. Second place, yeah, it is going to go the way of Glebe Rowing Club, Emma Hutchinson and Mark Tijan. Third place is going to be tight, but it'll go the way of Drummoyne Rowing Club's Jody Panagopoulos and Richard Jones, who get one up over their fellow club friends Wendy Roncolato and Gabriel Haythornthwaite from Drummoyne, who run 4th. Fifth place looks as though it's going to go to...
Yeah, that's Canberra Rowing Club.
So it looks as though we haven't had a start from Mossman in lane 4. So recapping the results of race 92, the mixed D to F double scull. It was a win for Lake Macquarie, Trudy McDonald and Jeremy Smith. Second place, Glebe Rowing Club, Emma Hutchinson and Mark Tijan. Third place, Drummoyne Rowing Club, Wendy Roncolato and Gabriel Haythornthwaite. Sorry, Jody Panagopoulos and Richard Jones was third place. Fourth place was also a Drummoyne crew, Wendy Roncolato and Gabriel Haythornthwaite. And fifth place, Canberra Rowing Clubs, Debbie Berkovics and Peter Brook.
So underway here in Division 3 of the Mixed D to F double. We've got Glebe Rowing Club off 6 seconds, Catherine Maxwell and Christopher Nish. In lane 3, Drummoyne's Marcella Cox and Andrew Patterson. They're also off 6 seconds. Mary Ambrose and Chris Turner from Shoalhaven in 4, also off 6. This crew's also off 6, Drummoyne in 5, Colleen Chapman and Anthony Hayworth. In lane 6, Shoalhaven's Oliver Radich and Simone Jones. They're off 6 seconds. And then the final 2 crews, Glebe, Micah Kelly and Robert Fendel in 7, they're off go. And Louise Tamine and Stuart Boyd in lane 8 from Lake Macquarie, they are also off go. So these crews in lane 7 and 8, you would expect them to be trying to close the gap to the rest of this field. But out in front, and it's a really good advantage early on. Just trying to get a look of that. It looks as though it is definitely Shoalhaven in front, and that is Mary Ambrose and Chris Turner. And they went off 6 seconds there in lane 4. So a wonderful start from the South Coast crew.
Well, your eyes are pretty good there, Ben.
Aided by some binoculars, I must say, Michael. So, yeah, my eyesight's not that good. But I can tell you this Lake Macquarie crew are doing really well. They look to be in second place based on these binoculars, which are helping me out. And then Glebe, who also went off go, maybe in third place. Come on, Lake Macquarie. How about this? So we would have, what would it be, CDRA crews involved in the gold medal for all 3 to start this mixed D to F double.
Well,
what is it about mixed racing and CDRA clubs? They're really putting a lot into it.
Well, you are absolutely bang on, Ben. Lake Macquarie in the lead ahead of Drummoyne and Glebe. Drummoyne also running 4th and Shoalhaven in 5th place at this stage. flying the flag for the Mid-North Coast.
Well, they're not giving up without a fight, this crew over on the far side from Shoalhaven. This is going to be a great finish. Really good finish. Looks as though it is on the way here in Division 3 of the mixed D to F double. So at the 500, as you said, Michael, it was Lake Macquarie just in front, but it was only just. And now there looks to be a response from Shoalhaven. Remembering that Shoalhaven, they had the 6 second advantage off the start. So maybe those legs just a little bit fresher than Lake Macquarie, who had to really pull back time earlier in the race. They did that, but maybe this is where it gets quite taxing on the legs with about 300 to go.
Just interrupting our coverage of this race quickly to present the medals for race 92, Division 2 of the mixed D to F double scull. In first place, our winners and gold medalists were from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Trudy McDonald and Jeremy Smith. Congratulations to Lake Macquarie.
And maybe we could have another congratulations to Lake Macquarie if they're able to hang on here. But I tell you what, this is going to be a great finish. Get on the edge of your seats here. It is a battle right to the finish here between Shoalhaven Rowing Club and Lake Macquarie. That's Mary Ambrose and Chris Turner over on the far side of the course. Louise Termine and Stuart Boyd from Lake Macquarie on this near side. It's pretty tough to be able to look across and see exactly where your competitors are. And right now, it looks as though the Shoalhaven crew, who did get pulled back in the first 500 metres, they've produced a superb final 500, and they are going to claim gold, Division 3 of the mixed D to F double scull. And that 6 second handicap may just have cost Lake Macquarie the fatigue in that final 500 showing. But it's silver for Louise Termine and Stuart Boyd. It's going to be close here for bronze, and it's just going the way of Colleen Chapman and Anthony Hayworth from Drummoyne Rowing Club. What a great race that was.
Well, that was an absolute humdinger towards the end of that race. But yeah, Drummoyne just doing enough to leapfrog Lake Macquarie, who, as you mentioned, Ben, were looking pretty strong out of the start. So congratulations to each of those competitors. It was a win for Drummoyne Rowing Club, second to Lake Macquarie. Drummoyne Rowing Club, Colleen Chapman and Anthony Hayworth running third as well. Fourth to Glebe, fifth Shoalhaven, sixth Shoalhaven, seventh place to Glebe.
So final race here before morning tea here in the mixed D to F double scull. And the crews in this race, we've got Lake Macquarie, Michael Simons and Marie Brown in 2. We've got Crooks and Hill from St George in 3. Wallace and Harkham from Lake Macquarie in 4. Anthony and Sharon Butler from Newcastle in 5. Douglas Stewart and Rowena Stewart in 6 from Drummoyne. Julia Wood and Rodney Stewart, the Melbourne Composite, in 7. And then Palmina Grady and Paul Grady from Nepean in lane 8.
Well, I'd suggest, Ben, we've got a couple of couples in this race.
Yeah, I definitely know Anthony and Sharon Butler, husband and wife, so be very interested to know the chat going on in that boat. They're a little bit further back off the pace right now.
Now the Stewarts in lane 6 from Drummoyne and the Gradys in lane 8 from Nepean, so plenty of spousal cooperation required at this stage, I would suggest.
And right now it looks as though Nepean just in front here of Drummoyne Rowing Club, and then over on that far side, Lake Macquarie in the bronze medal position at this point.
I wouldn't be writing anything in concrete just yet, Ben. So Nepean, they look as though they're lifting their rate of striking as they come towards the grandstand, towards the pointy end of this race. But certainly finishing pretty quickly is that composite boat, Julia Wood and Rodney Stewart. That's Melbourne and Exeter rowing clubs. And they're finishing fast, but across the other side of the course, it's that Lake Macquarie boat, I think.
Yeah, Crooks and Hill, they're really lifting the rating, but they've got a good advantage, the Nepean crew on this near side, just in front of the English Melbourne composite crew. Well, how about this lift from the Exeter Melbourne Composite crew, they are really taking it to Nepean. So too is Lake Macquarie with about 50 metres to travel. This could be a blanket finish.
Here we go. Really fast finish coming now from Nepean Rowing Club in lane 8. Can they press ahead and get their bow ball in front of Melbourne Composite and Lake Macquarie? It's going to go down to the line. Nepean Rowing Club lifting. It's a win for Nepean. Second place goes to Exeter Melbourne. Third place to Lake Macquarie. Well, really close in the end there, Ben. That was just on the surge for some of those boats. Fourth place is going to go the way of Drummoyne Rowing Club, Douglas Stewart and Rowena Stewart. Well, a really, really close race in that we can all take a breath now.
Yeah, and Lake Macquarie so close to getting a silver medal there. It just looked, I'm sure there's going to, so confirmation on the unofficial results that Lake Macquarie got second, but from the naked eye, it looked as though Melbourne Exeter maybe just edged them out.
I would
get confirmation on that.
Yeah, that's right. From certainly where we were sitting, Ben, it looked as though Melbourne Exeter managed to pip Lake Macquarie for that silver medal.
And here is Anthony and Sharon Butler from Newcastle Rowing Club. They are going to come through here in 6th place. And then St George rounding out this final race before we have some morning tea.
And just finalising race 94 is the St George Rowing Club, Marit Crooks and David Hill to finalise Division 4 of the mixed DF double scull. Presentation of medals for race 93, Division 3 of the mixed D to F double scull. A win for Drummoyne Rowing Club, gold medalists Marcella Cox and Andrew Patterson. Please congratulate Drummoyne Rowing Club. Presentation of medals for race 94, Division 4 of the mixed D2F double scull. Gold medalists, it was a win for Nepean Rowing Club, Paulina Grady and Paul Grady. Please put your hands together for your winners of Division 4 of the mixed D2F double scull.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the afternoon, the session before lunch. We've just been notified that singles, doubles and pairs races before lunch are cancelled. Fours, quads, eights, larger boats will go ahead, but the small boats have been cancelled at this stage up until the lunch break, which is scheduled for, as I quickly look, 12:50, so a couple of hours' time. So that's singles, doubles, pairs, all cancelled. We do have some singles down on the starting blocks at the moment, struggling to get into the starters blocks, but I understand a decision is about to be made for them as well. In the interim, make sure your boats are tied down. Tents need to be well tied down, and please return all bow numbers. Ladies and gentlemen, just to reiterate, up until the lunch break, which is at 12:50, all singles, doubles and pair races have been cancelled, but the fours, quads and eights will go ahead. So in the interim, please make sure you've tied down all your boats, your tent straps are really tight, and please return any unused bow numbers. So ladies and gentlemen, the race that was sitting in the starters block, which was the women's D single scull first heat, is coming down the course. We can see they're really struggling in this wind, the wind gusts from our elevated position in the tower. We can see them scooting down the course. So we'll see how they go. Over on the far side in lane 2, we have Amanda Berent from St George. In lane 3, Kate Wareham from Glebe. In lane 4, Phoebe Sanders from Newcastle. In lane 5 from Lake Macquarie, Rayleigh Ison. In lane 6 from Mossman, Edith de Boer. And in lane 7 from Lake Macquarie, Zaan Jans de Jong. For those of you watching live or are on there, can see the large screen, we've got some close shots there from the umpire's boat, and you can see how these singles are really struggling in these conditions. So as they come up to the 500 metre mark, it does look like we have perhaps lane 3, Kate Wareham, out in the lead. She's battling it out with, I think, Phoebe Sanders from Newcastle. No, it may be Rayleigh Ison from Lake Macquarie. So it does actually seem to be Amanda Berent in the lead. Kate and Amanda seem to have swapped lanes. I guess in the conditions, if they were blowing into the starters blocks, they took the position that was available.
Well, that's right, Mark. I think Scull is just trying to make the best of a bad situation with this wind. And yeah, you can just see looking across the competition lake, there are plenty of gusty patches across the water. But yeah, I think it is Amanda Berent in the lead. Representing St George Rowing Club in lane 2. I think Phoebe Sanders in lane 4 is currently running second. And probably followed by, I would suggest that's Edith de Boer in lane 6 from Mossman. But as you say, Mark, I'm sure people will have been blown all over the place down there at the starting blocks.
Yeah, I think this is Phoebe Sanders from Newcastle coming down the access lane past lane 9 here. So a great effort by these women. Very trying conditions. So it is heat 1 of the women's D single scull. Heat 2, we can see them now just coming down the access lanes. A great finish there by Amanda Berent. It certainly seems there's a bit of advantage over there in lanes 1, 2 and 3.
Yeah, not much doubt about that. Relatively protected over the far side of the course. Coming in second place now, it's Phoebe Sanders of Newcastle Rowing Club. Third place is a little bit closer. I think it's going to be between...
It's going to be Rayleigh Ison, I think.
Yes.
Oh, no, sorry, Zan Jans de Jong.
So Janse de Jong from Lake Macquarie runs third. Fourth place goes the way of Rayleigh Ison from Lake Macquarie as well. Fifth place to Kate Warham from Glebe. And perhaps we haven't had a start from De Boer from Mossman. So unless we've any more single scullers who are already lining up down at the starting blocks, race 96 is cancelled, which was the second heat, which was to be the second heat of the women's D single scull, which means that the next race to start will be race 97, which is the women's C Coxless 4 at 11:15 a.m. So I think those crews are just getting aligned down in the starting blocks. And after that race, the next race will not take place until 11:34 a.m., which is race 101, the men's AB8. So the program all of a sudden is looking a little bit sparse before lunch mark. But yeah, of course, in the interests of safety, we're not going to hold singles, doubles and pairs this side of lunch.
Yeah, Michael, I think, and as I mentioned to you while we were off air, I've heaved a slight sigh of relief that I'm not having to go out there and do my singles race in these conditions. Not to mention there was a bit of tough competition there as well.
No, we won't mention that, Mark. But look, yeah, not comfortable rowing in these types of breezes, but on the course now and poised to start perhaps a little bit early is race 97, the women's C Coxless 4. And this is an event, well, it'll be a two-horse race only. It is a final between Mossman in lane 5 and Leichhardt in lane 6. Mossman being represented by Kim Lowry, Alexandra Walding, Kelly Ross and Carissa Kleiman. We saw those four women come down the track earlier as part of the victorious Mossman 8. So, of course, they will be competitive indeed. And Leichhardt in lane 6, Taryn Innes, Susan Huggett, Jennifer Zonga and Daniela Borgert, who are, of course, all very competitive athletes as well. So, race 97 underway. We'll see how these crews handle conditions in these fours.
So interesting with the camera on the umpire boat there following the Leichhardt crew, and you can see how the lumpiness is causing the camera to jerk about a little bit, but you can almost see you can see how difficult it is when they get hit by a gust of wind, and there's one about to hit them just about now.
Well, that's right, Mark, and it's causing all sorts of headaches, I'm sure, for that Leichhardt 4, whose blades are just being blown all over the place at the catch when they go to square them in this 4. But yeah, it does appear as though Mossman have got a length or so at least on Leichhardt now.
I'd say more than that myself, but we see how they go. Yeah, no, in the mixed double I just did not long ago, as the wind gusts hit you and you're going forward and the wind catches your oars, the blades, it's almost blows you backwards.
Well, that's right. As you're going to square the blades into a head breeze, it's like you open a sail in the wrong direction. So, yeah, I mean, encouraging. I'm sure coaches will be encouraging their scullers and oarsmen and women to perhaps delay the squaring of their blades in this tricky, windy condition. And it's probably moved to a crosshead now, Mark, just looking out at the water.
Yeah,
so even more tricky, I would say.
Yes.
Particularly so in a 4, where you have, of course, 1 OH.
Well, I think when the wind gusts hit, they can come, you get a bit of a swirl happening, and you can see, look at the spray splashing off the Mossman oars as they're coming through. Pretty big wind gust there. Still pushing through though, putting on a great job. This is where the technique really comes to show. So the Mossman crew has a very handy lead over Leichhardt now. They've managed the conditions well. Maybe it gets quite windy up on Middle Harbour, so they're used to it. We don't know. I've rowed up there couple of times. Beautiful spot.
Oh, absolutely. It's a fantastic spot to row. Of course, this Mossman 4 putting in many hours, I'm sure, on Middle Harbour.
Yeah, you can see the Leichhardt crew at the moment is right in the middle of one of these wind gusts and struggling quite a bit there. The other thing that this does is add an extra 20-30 seconds onto your race time, which
fatigued at the best of times.
Fatigued at the best of times, so that last 100 metres, which the Mossman crew's coming into now, you just hope you actually have that reserve that you'd been planning for when the race was going to be a little bit shorter. So just as they come up to the finish line, the water has calmed up a bit, and so the Mossman crew there have taken it up, demonstrating how it should be done. Very clean, coordinated. So that was a first across the line by the Mossman crew in 4:26.51. Valiant effort by Leichhardt. Stroke by Daniela Bourget. Looking very good as they actually came into the Cardamore water across the line. 25 seconds behind just shows the challenges that are out there, because it's a good crew as well.
Yeah, well, that's a tough race for Leichhardt, but congratulations to Mossman's Kim Laurie, Alexandra Walding, Kelly Ross and Carissa Kleiman.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next race will be race 101, which is scheduled for 11:34. It's going to be a very exciting race. It's the men's AB8, but I understand the interstate crew, the New South Wales interstate crew, is racing in this race, so that'll be the one that's down as the
Lane 5 Sydney Composite, I think, Mark?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the New South Wales Masters 8. And
everybody else will be trying to
well,
show them their place.
I
Well, it's
suppose
interesting because they're D.
I suppose on paper they're the crew to beat, but there is a B grade crew there as well, a B
Exactly.
age category crew, I should say, Mark.
2.
The Nepean Composite.
And the Glebe crew.
Yeah, so that should be an absolute cracker. So
Absolutely.
we look forward to that one. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the women's C Coxless 4. Gold medalists are winners in 2023, Mossman Rowing Club. Mossman are represented by Kim Laurie. Alexandra Walding. Kelly Ross. And Carissa Kleiman. The crew is coached by James Taylor. Please congratulate Mossman Rowing Club. Ladies and gentlemen, just to reiterate, singles, doubles and pairs are all cancelled before the lunch break. A call will be made at 12:30 p.m. as to the status of races to take place this afternoon. That is after the lunch break. But please, if you are scheduled to row in a single or a double or a pair before lunchtime, please do not get on the water. The race has been cancelled. I'm informed that we're still running as per the schedule, so there'll just be greater gaps between some of these races. So the schedule remains the same, it's just that the singles, the pairs and the doubles have been cancelled. So Mark, we're going to have it a start in a moment in race 101, which is the men's AB8, one of the centerpiece events of this championships, you would suggest. So contested by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boats, and you can just see our crews are being aligned on the starting blocks in trying conditions indeed, with white caps starting to show up down the course, and very gusty conditions indeed. So just to run through the crews, we'll have a start in a couple of minutes, and I would suggest that the starters won't hold them too long. In lane 3, representing Glebe Rowing Club, Robert Fullerton, Callum Steele, Andy Wiggum, Balaz Hansel, Maximus Jones, Andrew Perrick, Tony Rogers, Ben Nagappa, and their cox is Christopher Iredale. In lane 4, I should say, representing the University of New South Wales, William Moyes, Warwick Fisher, John Briggs, Nicholas Lazarou, George Lazarou, Ben Whalen, Chris Burns, and James Halliday. Their cox is Angela Zeng. In lane 5, it's a Sydney Rowing Club composite boat, comprising Sydney Leichhardt Rowing Club and Mossman Rowers, and of course this is the New South Wales Interstate 8. It's comprised of Mark Bindner from Sydney Rowing Club, Jose Maria Segurola Aragui from Mossman, Rob Koskar from Leichhardt, David Raymond from Leichhardt, Robert Giblin from Mossman, David Greensland from Sydney Rowing Club, Charles Buzzacott from Leichhardt, and Robert McNeil from Sydney. Their cox is Ruth Kelly, and their coach is Adrian Henning. In lane 6, it's a Nepean, Melbourne University, Newcastle University, Lake Macquarie, Manning River composite. Paul Grady, Ben Homer, Rhett Patterson, Sean Ryan, Rowan Hislop, Odin McIntosh, Alistair Isherwood, and Jason Waddell. Their cox is Palmina Grady. And finally in lane 7, it's a North Shore composite crew comprised of Quan Newen, Andy Jeffries, Nick O'Brien, Joe Daly, Kieran Shakar, Jeffrey Beer, Mark Worrell, Tom Payton, and their cox is Jackie Marks. The coaches are Susan Walter, Kim Rudder, and John Gouvenet. And so Mark, you can just see that crew I've just mentioned, lane 7 North Shore. It's a composite with Newington Masters. Just trying to align themselves at the start. They're getting blown at a rate of knots towards the blocks.
And look, Michael, as we were chatting amongst ourselves, we're saying, huge thanks to our boat holders down there. We understand they're all volunteers. They've been left out there in the cold while these large breaks are happening, but also to be holding an 8 ready to go in conditions like this is very difficult indeed, as we're seeing at the moment with North Shore crew trying to get themselves into the blocks. All the other crews are lined up, so there'll be the boat holders really struggling to maintain those crews that are already there. It looks like North Shore's chosen to move into the lane that they're closest to. Probably being directed by the starter to do that, just to make sure they're ready. And the starter's done a quick start and given the North Shore crew about half a length, because it was obviously going to get too hard to get them into the blocks.
I think that's right. An executive decision's been made somewhere along the line, but we are underway in the men's AB8. Very exciting event, this one, and I would suggest that Sydney Rowing Club composite boat has got away pretty quickly. It is, of course, the crew to represent our state at the Interstate Regatta in a few short weeks here at the Regatta Centre.
So there'll be a lot of hunger in those other boats trying to keep up with them, catch them, show them how it's done.
Well, it would be an almighty upset if any one of these crews were to best that Sydney composite crew in lane 5.
It has happened in the past, I think, where the State Masters beat a representative crew that was heading to the Nationals, so anything can happen.
Well, that's right, Mark, and we were saying before, we were pointing out that crew is a D crew, of course, as is required by the interstate rules, but this We've got B crews in lane 6 and in lane 3, which is Glebe and Nepean Composite. So there is some, I suppose, some younger blood out there.
There is.
Trying to take the fight to this interstate men's 8. You can just see Glebe and the University of New South Wales on your screens, but look at that, that's a substantial lead that's been asserted by the Sydney Composite. And yeah, that's a pretty flattering margin to make up now.
It's going to be a fight for second place, though. It does look like the Glebe crew have us about half a length over the University of New South Wales crew, and they were then followed across by the Nepean Composite. So that's as they came through the 1,500 metre mark. Some great footage there of the Uni of New South Wales crew. But you can see, if you're watching, you can see the wind gust just about to hit them. You can see the odd white caps happening. But in an 8, it's not quite so bad, except as the wind catches your blade.
Yeah, well, clipping your blade in an 8, it really can put the whole thing off. So conditions are pretty treacherous, you can see. But University of New South Wales overlap with Glebe Rowing Club. Can they reel them back in the final 250 metres of this race? Certainly, there can be no doubt about our race leaders. It is Sydney Rowing Club, Leichhardt Rowing Club, and Mossman out there, and they are looking very much in control in the ascendancy in this race. Oh, just a couple of dirty strokes there and a crab in the middle of that boat somewhere. So, you said before, Mark, anything can happen, and that's a prime example. That's an interstate representative boat, and at a quick boat stopper, I would suggest. But they're back on the horse now and ironing these kinks out before. And I'm very pleased to see Glebe is holding a very healthy second there, but the University of New South Wales is putting on a big push in the last 50 metres here. Will Glebe hold them off? I think they're gaining on them slightly. So win for Sydney Composite, and Glebe, I think, have done enough to hold on. I think you're right, Mark. In the final couple of strokes, it was a late assault by the University of New South Wales, but Glebe hang on to that silver medal. Third place to the University of New South Wales. Nepean Composite has to settle for 4th place, and our final boat to cross the line will be North Shore Composite in lane 7.
But also a great effort by the University of New South Wales, they being a D crew. The Glebe crew is a B crew.
Absolutely.
So, but when I look at the names there's some very experienced rowers in that boat. So coming down the course now, we actually have the men's F Coxless 4. There are 2 boats in this race. Over on the far side from Manning River is Colin Bruce, Roy Halliday, Murray Doust and Nick Johnston. And closer to the grandstand is Drummoyne, Doug Stewart, Andrew Patterson, Simon Glasgott and Jeffrey Canning. So this is the men's F Coxless 4. And it does look like the Manning River crew has a handy lead over the Drummoyne crew. And they also have the advantage of being across in lane 2, where it's a little bit calmer and more protected from these gusts that are whistling across the course.
Well, that's right, Mark. Manning River very much in control of this race. Drummoyne some 13 seconds behind. Conditions are a little bit easier on the far side of this course, with Manning River in lane 4.
Although Manning River just got hit by a real gust of wind there. You could see their oars flying up in the air. Again, it's really the wind gusts that are throwing everybody. You can, from up here, we can see the gusts scooting across the water, and as the boats hit them, you see their oars flying everywhere, splashes of spray. Really having to work. But Manning River now coming into the last 100 metres or so, where it's quite a bit calmer, keeping their rhythm, pushing hard to make sure that they well and truly seal their position as winners in this race. It's probably about 5 or 6 boat lengths back to the Drummoyne crew, who look to be taking the tactic of keep the rating low, long and strong. And that's a win to the Manning River crew. Just to give an indication of the impact of the wind, that was a time of 4 minutes 17. You'd expect to shave a whole minute off that for a good 4. And coming in at second place was the Drummoyne crew, and with a 20-second margin. Oh. So, ladies and gentlemen, coming down the course is an 8s race. So this must be the men's H8. They've started a little bit early.
Started about 5 minutes early, this one.
There are 2 crews. Over on the far side, we have an Abbotsford Composite with Steve Hill from Penrith, Dennis Healy from Abbotsford, Neil McCormick from Abbotsford, Constantine Labtev, Terry Barella, Charles McCaskill, Richard Jones and Michael Hayes, coxed by Wendy Zammit. So the only composite is Steve Hill, who is a former Abbotsford rower who moved to the Blue Mountains, so now rows out of Penrith. The North Shore crew closest to the grandstand is Michael Tyler, Jim Hull, Mel Gillespie, Peter Horton, Jeff Wannon, Stefan Kerr, Justin Peters, Jeffrey Franklin, and they're coxed by Jennifer Pollock and coached by Kim Rudder. So it does, the North Shore crew does have a very handy lead over the Abbotsford Composite. So being an H crew, these are 70 to 75 years old, average age. So they're about 150, they're just coming into the last 250 metres there. The North Shore crew looking quite tidy given the conditions. As you get when you enter and get into these older age ranges, rating not too high. Maximum technique if possible, long and strong. Although they might have a couple of young ones there, because I think that's John James sitting in the middle of the boat. So he would be a good age bank for the rest of them. So I think they'll be very pleased with that win. That's the North Shore crew. Finishing time of 4 minutes 27.61. The Abbotsford crew really struggling here. So Abbotsford crew there. I think the extra length that the wind has given them has probably worn them out. They're starting to look like they're probably had enough out there, I think, but great effort. Well done, Abbotsford. And we'll now cross to medal presentation, and Michael will do the honours.
Yes, thank you, Mark. We are going to present the medals for race 101, the men's AB8. So in third place and bronze medalists, the University of New South Wales, William Moyes, Warwick Fisher, John Briggs, Nicholas Lazarou, George Lazarou, Ben Whalen, Chris Burns, and James Halliday. Their cox is Angela Zeng. In second place and silver medalists, Glebe Rowing Club, Robert Fullerton. Callum Steele. Andy Wigan. Balaz Hansel. Maximus Jones. Andrew Perrick. Tony Rogers. Ben Nagapa, and their coxswain Christopher Iredale. The winners, gold medalists and champions in 2023, Sydney Rowing Club, Leichhardt Rowing Club and Mossman Rowing Club. Mark Bindner. Jose Maria Segurola Aragui. Rob Koska. David Raymond. Robert Giblin. David Greenslade. Charles Buzzacott. And Robert McNeil. The crew is coxed by Ruth Kelly and coached by Adrian Henning. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate your champions and medalists in the men's AB8.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the medal presentation for the men's F Coxless 4, and the winners and the state champions representing Manning River, Colin Bruce, Roy Halliday, Murray Doust, and Nick Johnston. Congratulations to the champions.
The presentation of medals for race 104, the men's H8. Winners and champions in 2023, recipients of gold medals, North Shore Rowing Club, Michael Tyler, Jim Hole, Mel Gillespie, Peter Horton, Jeff Wannon, Stephen Kerr, Justin Peters, and Jeffrey Franklin. North Shore coxed by Jennifer Pollock and coached by Kim Rudder. Please congratulate our winners in the men's H8 for 2023.
So, ladies and gentlemen, just to reiterate, at 12:30 there'll be a further announcement as to racing for the rest of the day or the afternoon. So hang in there, enjoy watching the 8s and 4s and quad races. We're just waiting on the women's E8. to come into the starter blocks. There are 6 boats in this race. We'll announce them closer to the time. So there will be a further announcement at 12:30.
So Mark, it appears as though race 106, which is the women's E8 final, is preparing to start down at the 1,000 metre mark. We're just having a discussion off air as to whether it might be the case that they're not actually starting with the blocks. They're all starting a little bit ahead of the 1,000 metre tower, which you can see just to that line down the left of the live stream image. And
it does, it seems that they've decided to take the load off the boat holders in these conditions with the these winds blowing down the course. But of course, the starter from the 1,000 metre hut will be much harder to get a line. So my guess is, by the look of what we can see on screen, is they're doing it from the officials' boat. So trying to get a reasonably straight line across the course. They'll probably have they will have a slightly shorter race. They're probably about 30 metres out, and they're off.
So they are underway. So just to run through the roll calls while we're waiting for them to come down towards the business end of the park. In lane 2, it's a Des Moines composite boat, comprising Julie Lau, Yasmin Finnegan, Sky Smith, Leonie Collins, Esther Tucker, Katrina Shanahan, Bridget Austin, Colleen Chapman, and their cox is Zoe Morrison. In lane 3, representing North Shore Rowing Club, Helen Byrne, Catherine Boland, Sally Edwards, Louise McCoach, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Peggy McBride, and Nikki Blackwell. Their cox is Kelly Marsh. In lane 4, from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Virginia Van Uwek, Deanna Fekete, Diane Williams, Belinda Brigham, Kathy Usich, Anna Foley, Leslie Howard, Taryn Innes, their cox, Sebastian Kladnig, and their coach is Steve Sherry. In lane 5, also representing North Shore Rowing Club, Sarah Dennis, Sarah Kavanagh, Sharon Livingston, Mary McCulley, Vicky Grundy, Gail Donkin, Christina McCulloch, Elizabeth Buzo. Their cox is Jane Kavanagh, and their coach, Justin Peters. In lane 6, representing Mossman Rowing Club, Kathy Wood, Tiffany Hutchison, M. Barrick, Margaret Small, Kelly Ross, Christine Foxton, Sarah Hill, and Christina Larson. Their cox is Sally Maspero. And finally, in lane 7, also from North Shore, Fiona Angelis, Sarah Collane, Carolyn Reed, Sarah Abbott, Kath James, Annalise Appleton, Joe Hodgkinson, and Rhonda Decker. Their cox is Lucy Thompson, and their coach is Richard Stacey.
And I would say, as they come down the course, it does look to be the North Shore crew in lane 3 out in front, along with the Mossman crew. But we'll see as they come through the line. Yes, that's the Mossman crew has crossed over ahead of the North Shore. They're followed by the it did look like Des Moines
so the Des Moines
colours to me, although it's not the lanes necessarily that they're supposed to be in.
Well, I think that's the Des Moines Balmain composite boat over there in lane 1, so that's probably why we're getting confused with the colours of the zoot suits, but no doubt about the leaders. It's North Shore Rowing Club in lane 3 who are in the lead. Mossman probably a boat length behind them, and that's Mossman in lane 6. And then the Des Moines composite boat in lane 2 running third at this stage, but it gets a little bit closer after that point, where it's got Leichhardt and then the 2 other North Shore crews are battling for that third, that bronze medal, I should say.
So I was just going to say that they're coming up to the last 250 metres, and the water was calming, but there's a gust of wind just hitting them now. Then they go into calmer water. So this last 250 metres, they can pull it all together, put a big push on, as we're seeing there with the North Shore crew on the far side. So I think the North Shore are actually going to push through the Mossman crew from what we can see up here. Potentially a very close finish. Yes, North Shore are pulling away. They've got a slightly more shelter over there in lane 2. But North Shore have opened up a very handy lead over Mossman, probably a boat length ahead now, and extending it as they're about to cross the line. Some great racing there from North Shore. So that's North Shore across the line in first position. They're about to be followed across by Mossman. Then over on the far side, it's going to be the Drummoyne Composite. Leichhardt working very hard to see if they can hold that fourth position. They're about half a boat length ahead of the second North Shore crew. And finally, closest to us, the last of the North Shore crews, the one stroked by by Rhonda Decker, has just crossed the line. Very trying conditions out there. Congratulations to all those crews. So that was the North Shore crew stroked by Nikki Blackwell as the winning crew. They were followed across the line by the Mossman crew, stroked by Christina Larson, and then followed across by the Drummoyne Balmain crew. Oh, sorry. Yes, the Drummoyne Composite.
Yeah, that's right. So
confusing myself there as usual.
So just to recap the results, a win for North Shore Rowing Club, lane 3. Second place, Mossman Rowing Club in lane 6. Third place, Drummoyne Composite in lane 2. Fourth place, Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 4. Fifth place to North Shore in lane 5. And finally, sixth place to North Shore in lane 7. So moving right along, race 107 is underway. It's the men's D quad scull. The incumbent champions are a composite crew of Lake Macquarie, North Shore, Glebe and Leichhardt. So in lane 4 we have a composite crew. It's a Leichhardt composite boat comprising athletes from Leichhardt, the University of New South Wales and St George. Ayrton Grania Ramos, Andrew McEnroe, Richard Medway and Kawan Gawai-Marez. That boat is coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 5, Black Mountain Composite, Mark Partridge, Henry Bridgewater, Sean Ryan and Ian Mongan. And in lane 6, finally, North Shore, Andy Jeffries, Kieran Shekhar, Joe Daly and Jeffrey Beer, coached by John James.
Interesting that we don't see the state crew in this race. It would have been, you might have thought that they'd like to get an outing and practice their technique. So the men's Masters quad state crew is Alan Robertson, Andy Wiggin, Alexander Deutsch and Jeremy Smith.
Well, reading those names now, Mark, I think I recall we saw them out here early today in a different event.
In a quad?
Yeah, I thought so.
Oh, okay. They probably rode down just to exercise their
Perhaps.
muscle and show how to do it. Show the young blokes how to do it. That's what we like.
Yeah, I think they did row in the C quad earlier on.
So as they're about 300 metres out or so, and it is a real battle going on out there between the Leichhardt Composite over on the far side, who look to have just a slight lead over the Black Mountain Composite. So it's effectively, well, I was going to say Black Mountain Composite, but it's composite with Balmain and Leichhardt. So, Lake Macquarie. So it's not a Canberra crew as such, but they're really, this is some great racing here as they're coming up to the finish line. They're pretty much neck and neck. Looks like the Leichhardt Composite does have a slight edge over the Black Mountain Composite. Yeah, as they're coming closer to our view, it looks like there's about half a boat length in it. The Leichhardt crew have just taken up their rating a couple of points in this last 30 or 40 metres or so. And looking very nice as they come into the calmer water across the finish line. So that's going to be the Leichhardt Composite, half a length over the Black Mountain and
Lake Macquarie.
Black Mountain, Lake Macquarie. BM. Yeah, so sorry, my error earlier, it is mostly a Canberra crew. So Canberra against New South Wales. Great effort there, and we're just waiting for the North Shore crew to cross the line. They may not be out in the lead, but they're showing us some very fine technique out there. And that's the North Shore crew just rounding out the men's D-quad scull.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for race 106, the women's E8. In third place and recipients of bronze medals, Drummoyne Composite, Julie Lau, Yasmin Finnegan, Sky Smith, Leonie Collins, Esther Tucker, Katrina Shanahan, Bridget Austin, Colleen Chapman, and their cox is Zoe Morrison. The silver medal was won by Mossman Rowing Club, who is not in attendance at the presentation, but your gold medalists and winners in 2023, North Shore Rowing Club. Helen Byrne. Catherine Boland. Sally Edwards. Louise McCoach. Rachel Lash. Nicola Kennedy. Peggy McBride. And Nikki Blackwell. Their cox is Kelly Marsh. Please congratulate your champion and medalists in the women's E8. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for race 107, the men's D quad scull. In second place and recipients of silver medals, Black Mountain and Lake Macquarie Rowing Clubs. Mark Partridge. Henry Bridgewater. Sean Ryan. And Ian Mongan. Gold medalists and champions in 2023, Leichhardt Rowing Club, University of New South Wales Rowing Club and St George Rowing Club. Ayrton Grania Ramos. Andrew McEnroe. Richard Medway. And Kawan Guaymares. Please congratulate our champions and medalists in the men's D quad scull.
So we have an update on the situation with the conditions. The referees have decided that after lunch we'll return to normal racing, but they will be constantly monitoring conditions, and if they worsen again, they'll reassess and perhaps go back to larger boats only. But we will keep you posted. Also, those of you who have your phones with you, the text messages should be coming out to explain the updates as well. So that's everything back to normal at this stage until after lunch. The lunch break commences at about 12:50, and I don't have to hand the restart time, but we'll get back to you on that. So, ladies and gentlemen, just to reiterate, the racing will return to normal after the lunch break, which is so that recommences at 1:35. We're just waiting on the last race of the morning session, which is the Mixed Masters 8. And that is, it's all D, E and F crews, so there are 6 boats in the race. They're just being marshalled in behind the starters at the moment, so we'll get back to you when they get up to the starting blocks. We have been told that the starting people, so the boat holders have all been taken in, and they'll just make a line as best they can across the course for the starts. And then there'll be a break for lunch, and racing should recommence at 1:35. And that will be monitored, so conditions will continue to be monitored. If the winds come up again and conditions get worse, then they'll start again by taking out the small boats, leaving the large boats in. So in the interim, make sure you've got everything well tied down, relax, enjoy the facilities.
So Mark, we're going to have a start in race 112, which is the final race of this morning's program before we go into the lunch break. We're just having a quick discussion up here just earlier. There is a Mossman composite all-women's crew in lane 2. Now that is the New South Wales Interstate Women's 8. So that crew will not be judged in the competition in this race, but they're just having a hit out to train for the National Interstate Regatta. And of course the other crews in this race are all mixed boats in the D, E and F categories. So you can just see the crews are being assembled down there at the starting blocks, and they won't be held due to the wind. They're going to just have a free start, and the boat race officials and the starters are going to do their best to line the crews up. So just to run through the crew, starting with the New South Wales Interstate 8. It's the Mossman composite boat on your programs. Comprised of Catherine Boland from North Shore, Sarah Hill from Mossman, Em Barak from Mossman, Louise McCoach from North Shore, Nikki Lepresti from Leichhardt, Belinda Brigham from Leichhardt, Kim Laurie from Mossman, and Carissa Kleiman also from Mossman. Their cox is Sebastian Kladnig, and their coaches are Kim Rudder and Steve Sherry. In lane 3, this is the first of our mixed crews. From Mossman, Tiffany Hutchison, Christine Foxton, Mark Lewarne, Jose Maria Segurola Aragui, Alexander Doige, Richard Parry, Sarah Ahern, and Christine Batesmere. Their cox is Philip Titterton. In lane 4 is a Drummoyne composite crew. Sally Webeck from Drummoyne, Amy Greenlees from Drummoyne, Nicholas Brown from Drummoyne, Glenn Herbert from Manning River, Robert Glendenning from Drummoyne, Istvan Nemeth from UTS Haberfield, Renata Ipma from Balmain, and Kathleen Hextell from Drummoyne. That crew is coxed by Izzy Hooton. In lane 5 from Glebe, Emma Hutchison, Gemma Bassett, Elizabeth Dorian, Anne Skilton, Richard Rebelliard, Stephen Caldwell, Robert Fendel, Kenny Major, and their cox is Christopher Iredale. In lane 6, representing Canberra Rowing Club, Jane Bond, Felicity Antle, Bernie Lodwick, Kim Fisher, Jeffrey Brown, Martin Little, Joanna Roy, Emily Kerslake, and their cox is John Cousins. And finally, in lane 7, representing the Drummoyne Rowing Club, Rowena Stewart, Sky Smith, Douglas Stewart, Stephen Shenagle, Richard Jones, Andrew Patterson, Joni Panagopoulos, Marcella Cox, and their cox is Wendy Roncolato.
So, Michael, I've just been advised that the because of the conditions and the way they're starting, there'll be no handicaps taken in this race because so the Drummoyne crew closest to the grandstand is an F crew. They were scheduled to go off go. The Canberra crew, second in lane 6, was due to go off 5 seconds, and the rest, all being D crews, were scheduled to go off 9 seconds.
Well, I have to say, this
some disadvantage to the older folk, but...
well, this will be really interesting, Mark, because we have, of course, as we've mentioned, the New South Wales Interstate Women's 8 testing themselves against these mixed crews, and...
currently, they're behind.
They are behind. I think they're in lane 2, over the far side of the course. So I think that Mossman crew in lane 3 has just got the jump on them at this stage. Too early to tell, I would suggest.
But we should see a surge, perhaps. But I guess this is the added benefit of having a few men in the boat.
You can tell those conditions are still pretty taxing, I would suggest, Mark.
Yeah, so you can see they've just been hit by a wind gust, quite a lot of splashing off some of the oars in some of those boats.
Yeah, and you get a much clearer indication as to the perilous nature of these conditions on the boat race official launch cameras. And look at that, that's, can't quite make out what crew that is, but they're doing it tough with all that
I'd say that's the Des Moines crew looking at the colours. So, and it does seem to be, while Mossman's taken a handy lead, it does look like Des Moines and Glebe are battling it out. Then further back is the Canberra crew, as would be expected, because they were supposed to have a 5 seconds handicap. Further back on this side is the older Des Moines crew, the F crew, who would have had a handicap advantage. And then over the far side we see the Interstate Women's crew working hard, but I don't think they're going to catch these other mixed crews that are in the
well, they're
race.
They're not out of it, but they are valiantly fighting the mixed crews towards this closer side. They are protected, Mark, on that side to a small degree from some of the gusty winds that are blowing around the place.
So as they're coming in closer, the Des Moines crew looks to have extended their lead, or perhaps I saw it incorrectly as they were further out, over the Glebe crew. Mossman looking very tidy now as they come into the last 100 metres, or 250 metres, and into slightly calmer water on the far side, particularly around the finish line. So the crews that have that are certainly taking advantage of it. I suspect the Mossman crew have probably been training together. They're looking very tidy out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mossman crew looking well put together. A very long and powerful stroke. That's crew is coxed by Philip Titterton and stroked by Christine Batemere, if the program is to be believed. But it's a win for Mossman Rowing Club in lane 3. Second place is going to go the way of that Patchwork Des Moines crew in lane 4. Third place now to Glebe in lane 5. This is the Interstate Women's 8 coming across the line now, and they won't be judged. So fourth place is going to go to Des Moines in lane 7, and fifth place to Canberra Rowing Club in lane 6.
So great result there in the conditions. We'll have the...
we'll have a presentation for that event shortly.
And then we'll be on the lunch break until 1:30-ish, I think it is.
And everyone, we are back here at Cirque for what is the last session of the 2023 New South Wales Masters Championships. And I've just been notified that similar to the second session, all singles, doubles and pairs races have been cancelled. So only quads, fours and eights left this afternoon. Coming up shortly will be the men's E quad scull heats, and then a little bit of a break due to some of those cancelled races. We are almost underway again after lunch. Just a reminder to everyone that singles, doubles and pairs have been cancelled for this afternoon due to the strong head breeze. And coming up, the first race after lunch is heat 1 of the men's Masters E-grade quad scull. And it's definitely challenging conditions out here for all athletes battling this strong head breeze. So it'll be a challenge to line everyone up and get them on their way. And we are off here in the men's E-grade quad scull, with the progression being 1, 2, 3, 4 through to the final. So only one of these boats will miss out. In lane 2, we've got Manning River. In lane 3, Glebe have scratched. At lane 4, Drummoyne. Lane 5, Penrith. Lane 6, Shoalhaven Composite. Shoalhaven and Drummoyne. And then in lane 7, Endeavour. Great to see so many crews out here willing to tough it out in the conditions. Thanks to Bont Livestream for getting us all the action. Here we can see Drummoyne looking pretty clean, handling conditions well, getting those blades out of the water, making sure they don't clip any of those waves coming through. With Manning River having a bit of protection over there in lane 2. Just protecting them from a bit of that head breeze, which always helps. Here we have the crews leading out to the 500. Out to halfway, and we've got Manning River looking strong out there in lane 2, coming through. Shoalhaven, Drummoyne Composite keeping up at half a length behind, and Penrith and Drummoyne in 4th, with Endeavour in 5th. It's going to be a tight battle here between Drummoyne and Endeavour for the last one to qualify through to the A final later on this afternoon. As you can see from the Bont live stream here, it is a straight head breeze causing havoc for all out there, which is why the president of the jury has decided to cancel singles, doubles and pair races for this afternoon so that all the athletes can focus on their bigger boats. There'll be no change to the draw this afternoon, just to make sure everyone can facilitate and get in all of their races for the rest of the afternoon. Manning River just bringing up their rate of striking here to just push a little bit further in front of that Shoalhaven composite in lane 6. Leading into that final 200 metres, coming up to those red boys. Endeavour just dropping back a bit off the pace there. I think the top 4 looking to qualify being Manning River, Drummoyne, Penrith and that Shoalhaven composite. Manning River and Shoalhaven looking comfortable as they're coming across the finish line. And coming up at two boat lengths behind, we've got Penrith. And in 4th place, last crew qualifying for the final, is Drummoyne. Endeavour struggling out wide there in lane 7. Crossing the finish line now. And we have Heat 2 coming down now, the men's E-grade quad, with only 4 crews in this race, with St George in lane 4, Shoalhaven in the yellow boat in lane 5, Black Mountain in lane 6, and the Leichhardt composite of Leichhardt and Lake Macquarie in lane 7. About 250 metres to go. Crews look tight down here, with all 4 going through the qualify this afternoon in the final coming up just after 3 o'clock. And racing underway here in the women's H2M single scull. And coming up to the last 100 metres of Heat 2 of the men's E quad scull, that Black Mountain quad has been out in many different varieties over the weekend, looking strong in that wing-rigged Felipe. And they will take another victory quite comfortably here, holding on by about half a length, leading into what will be a very exciting final this afternoon. And a close finish there for 1, 2, 3 with St George coming in second and Leichhardt coming across, Lake Macquarie coming across in 3rd. And that last buzzer was Shoalhaven coming through there. Now these ladies here in the single are just paddling through as racing has been cancelled for the women's E single scull, and they were not notified in time, so they get to experience this head breeze one last time in their small boat stay, and hopefully we'll see them out in a bigger boat later this afternoon. And now we're back into the finals for this afternoon with the women's H&M quad scull. Over in lane 3, we have Manning River off 17 seconds. North Shore in lane 4 off 17. Leichhardt in lane 5 again off 17. Lane 6, Abbotsford Sydney composite going off go. And in lane 7, Canberra also going off go. Now these crews are leading into the second 500 here, Rob.
Yeah, they're just about to come through the 500 metre mark in about 100 metres or so. It looks like a clear lead by the Canberra crew over on in lane 7, although they may well have pushed them across a bit, but the lanes have tried to take take advantage of that smoother water. But the Canberra crew through the 500, about 8 seconds in front of North Shore, followed closely by Manning River and so Leichhardt and North Shore following them, and the Abbotsford composite following them through that 500 metre mark. So at this point in time, the Canberra crew has a fairly handy length and a half lead over the rest of the field. They are off go, so the Chase pack are all over in lane 3, 4 and 5. Looks like the North Shore crew of Walter, Fabro, Wannon and Pendleton, coached by Kim Rudder, are giving a handy chase with the Manning River crew of Dobbs, Pullen and Smythe also in the chase.
That's the whole point of the handicap, isn't it, Rob? Hopefully we have a really close last 100 metres. And we'll see a few medals being presented shortly for the first medal ceremony after lunch.
Yeah, absolutely the case, and it is going to be right down to the wire here. A bit of a few gusts flowing through there, just unsettling the crews a little bit as they go into that last 250 metres. But boy, oh boy, it's going to be a close finish, and looks like it could be the handicapper's dream here at the moment, because the North Shore crew pushing really hard to try to catch up to this Canberra crew, and Manning River coming home with a big finish.
I think looking here, going to those last red boys, Canberra could hold on here. North Shore are increasing their rate of striking leading into that last 100 metres, and Manning River also coming home strong. It is going to be a very fascinating stay away. Canberra with plenty of heads out of the boat, watching North Shore and Manning River come at them, but it looks like it is going to be Canberra Rowing Club coming across that finish line with about 3/4 of a length lead, taking that victory. North Shore pushing away from Manning River, coming in second, and Manning River now just coming across the line with Leichhardt coming up through, and the Abbotsford composite struggling there, but still making their way, struggling in that breeze. It is not easy out here today, folks, with gusts coming from all different directions, so no chance you can predict what's coming at you.
As the last crew, the Abbotsford composite crosses the line in 5th place to complete the HM Quad Scull event. And back out on the course, we've got 3/8s coming down the course for the IM8. The Mossman crew of Mayo, Newcomb, Weir, May, Struick, Taylor, Hardy, Titterton, Coxon, Mugg, Small, and coach Steve Gordon, all the way up from the up in the country where he now lives. In lane 5, St George composite of Coles, Merritt, Higgins, Reed, Lewis, Hill, Toll and Lance Reeve, with Jackie Peel, both Coxon and coach. The North Shore composite, Alan Atkins, Dorsch, College, Simpson, Hole, Walter, Kay and James, and Jackie Marks, the coxswain.
As we see going across the 500 here, Mossman have come in with a strong 8-second lead, going through that North Shore composites handicap with ease there. and St George about 12 seconds behind. It's been a very successful regatta so far for Mossman, especially for their stroke seat, Phil Titterton, who has had some success stroking a quad earlier in the day to gold, so he's definitely used to those conditions and setting a wonderful rhythm for the other 7 behind him, as they are looking comfortable and doing this with ease coming into the last 200 metres. As we can see here on the live stream, we've got North Shore coming through. And Mossman have extended their lead here, leading into that last set of red boys. They are bringing it home, knowing that they have got a victory if they can keep everything together in those last 15 strokes. And it's going to be a battle here for who is going to get that minor placing. Will North Shore hold on here? Or will St George be able to row through them?
It looks at this stage like St George Composite has got the momentum and pulled back that handicap, but way out in front. It's the very experienced and capable crew of Mossman coming across the line to take first place. It's Peter Mayo, John Newcomb, Brian Weir, John May, John Struick, James Taylor, John Hardy, Philip Titterton, and Mark Small in the Coxed seat. A great row by the Mossman I-8. So coming across the line now is the St George Composite crew, and we'll cross the line just on a length over the North Shore Composite.
Looks like some tired bodies there in that St George crew, sucking in the big ones after a hard race into that head breeze. And look at how good that line is in these challenging conditions. Have some wonderful BROs out here this weekend, making sure this New South Wales Masters Championship goes ahead. And we are just watching the women's A quad scull about to start here. The current title holders are Glebe. Can they hold on out here with some strong North Shore? Another Glebe crew, 3 Glebe crews in this race today. So they've got a 50% chance of coming away with a medal. And they are off and racing. In lane 2, we've got a Glebe. Lane 3, we've got a North Shore and Leichhardt Composite. Lane 4, we've also got Glebe again. In lane 5, Newcastle University Composite with Newcastle and Ngambie Rowing Club. Lane 6, Shoalhaven. And in lane 7, Glebe again.
So in this race, we've got, although it's the women's A quad scull, we've got a mixture of A and B crews, and it'll be interesting to see how that pans out. There's a lot of experience in the North Shore Composite and Glebe and Newcastle crews, so it'll be interesting to see how that washes up at over the last across the finish line.
And it's tight here coming through the first 500 metres with that B grade Glebe crew coming out strong. Well in half a length in front of that North Shore Leichhardt Composite with Glebe, second Glebe crew, A grade crew coming in third, and the Newcastle Uni Composite a little bit further back in 4th place.
So still reasonably close across there with that Glebe B crew of Belindy Rowe, Heidi Lindell, Jacqueline Harris and Elizabeth Lester, just holding a slight advantage over the
length, we're thinking there, Rob?
Yeah, I'd say probably a length and maybe just pulling away a little bit now. They've got the bit between the teeth and
just getting it done.
Getting it done, yeah. 200 metres to go, and they can smell the finish line. And but hold the North Shore Composite though, they're not going to be outdone. They're just throwing in a big effort now. The ratings come up. The intent has certainly shifted to trying to pull back this Glebe crew. A little bit of looking over from the stroke in the Glebe crew. Hoping to have it covered, but still that North Shore Composite crew really motoring home at the moment, and the Glebe crew over in lane 2 also just catching onto the this toe of the crews. But look, the Glebe crew seems to have got their composure back, got the jump on it, and it looks like they'll hold all the way to the line, closely followed by the North Shore Composite. Bit of a race also over here on this side. The Newcastle Composite coming home fast, but probably left their run a little bit too late to get back for that bronze medal.
Oh, you see there with that North Shore Composite, had one last push there in the last 200 metres, and Glebe, all they knew they had to hold on for that 10 strokes, and they were able to do that and extend that lead to finish off that race very strong. And coming up here is that third Glebe crew, bit wider than all the others, and struggled in that head breeze.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the women's H2M quad scull. In third and bronze place were the Manning River of Genevieve Dobbs, Gay Pullen, Kay Pullen, and Kay Smythe. Please help us congratulate the Manning crew bronze medalists in the women's H2M quad scull.
And we've got coming down here the men's Masters C8 final. And all the crews are looking strong here from our catamaran camera. With the North Shore Composite a little bit further behind.
Yeah, Marcus, the conditions look to have slightly improved, particularly down this end of the course. So the crews are getting a much better run at it. It's like a very close race, it would appear, across the between the crews from Mossman Composite, Glebe, Leichhardt and the University of New South Wales. But coming up to the 500 metre mark, and it's going to be very close between the crews on the outside, the Mossman Composite and the University of Composite. basically going through there even with a second back to Leichhardt and 1 second back to Glebe. So it's a very tight race at the halfway mark.
This is going to be an excellent last 500 metres here. Rob, can UNSW just claw back their way over that Mossman Black Mountain 8? Or are Mossman going to be able to hold on? Or can Leichhardt make a sneaky run for it and take out that gold?
Yeah, the momentum looked to be with the Uni of New South market, Marcus, and but a bit hard to tell. But Mossman Black Mountain seem to have got their mojo back together, and they both look to have just pulled a little bit, half a length on the crew from Leichhardt and Glebe. The rate is right up in the Uni of New South rate. I'm guessing at about 36, 38 there at Marcus.
Oh, they look like some clean blade work there from UNSW. Obviously, been out and trained this crew a couple times, seen them out here racing at Cirque and some of their other regattas throughout the season, and in Iron Cove as well. But seeing here, we see Mossman and Black Mountain looking strong out there in lane 3.
I don't know who's got the ascendancy, Marcus. It's into the red boys, so
Anything
literally
can happen.
It's the big sprint. Anything could happen in the the last 10 strokes or so. It's a very close race. It looks like Uni of New South over on this side might just have got about a metre in front of the Mossman crew.
Have they? Oh, I think they've done it.
They've done it. That's a great row and a great finish by the Uni of New South crew, just pipping out the Mossman Black Mountain Composite, and Leichhardt in 3rd and Glebe in 4th. What a great race.
And now we have the presentation of medals for the men's I to M8. In silver, from St George, Leichhardt and Canberra, we have David Coles, Peter Merritt, Les Higgins, Bruce Reed, Clement Lewis, David Hill, Ian Toll, Lance Reeve, Coxed by Jackie Peel, and coached by Jackie Peel. Congratulations to St George Composite on silver in the men's I to M8. And the winners of the men's I to M8 extending their lead as a perennial club in the New South Wales Masters Championship, Mossman Rowing Club. In bow set, we have Peter Mayer, John Newcomb, Brian Weir, John May, John Strick, James Taylor, John Hardy, and in stroke seat with another gold medal from stroke seat, Phil Titterton, Coxed by Margaret Small, coached by Steve Gordon. Congratulations to the Mossman crew on what was a great victory for them.
And out on the course we have race 121, the men's G Coxless 4. Just 3 crews in this race. Leichhardt 1, Craig Julie, Norrie Cannon, Tim Clare, Stephen Duff. In lane 5, University of New South Wales, David Lees, Matthew Mayfield, Warwick Fisher and Bill Moyes. In lane 6, Leichhardt number 2, Andrew McCallum, Dean Patterson, Robert Tilley and Timothy Tyndale. So we have a real Leichhardt sandwich here, Marcus. Leichhardt crews on the either side of University of New South Wales. And look, the Leichhardt crews look to have the the upper hand in this.
Really applying the pressure from both sides there, Rob. Really squeezing UNSW out the back door there, and it looks like it's going to be a battle for gold on which Leichhardt crew wants bragging rights over each other, leading into Australian Masters coming up in only 11 days' time.
Mind you, Marcus, the crew over in lane 3 looks to have, or lane 4 looks to have strayed out of their lane a little bit. They're currently in lane 2, starting off in lane 4, which would not have done their forward progress a whole lot of good. But certainly they look to have regained their straight line and getting back up to speed. But the crew over on this side, the Leichhardt crew of McCallum, Patterson, Tiley and Tyndale, looks to have the edge at this point in time.
They do, Rob, and they are holding on here with that crew over in lane 2, 3 or 4, whichever one they decided to finish the race off in, are coming home strong. And it will be a close battle to tell who will get home across the line here. But as I have said that, I've had to eat my words with Leichhardt over here in lane 6, just pushing away further to extend that lead, with Bowseat checking over his shoulder just to make sure the job is done. And in lane 6, Leichhardt, 2 of Andrew McCallum, Dean Patterson, Robert Tiley and Timothy Tyndale have come across as victors today in the men's G Coxless 4. Yeah. Now over to the presentation of medals for the women's A quad scull. In 3rd place from Glebe Rowing Club, we have Louisa Zangenzer, Isabella Bain, Brianna Wade, and Ella Barnard. And in 2nd place, we have the North Shore and Leichhardt composite of Zita Broyds, Nikki Lobstry, Taryn Innes, and Olivia Tung. And the winners of the women's A quad scull, Glebe Rowing Club, taking the event out again, just like at last year's 2022 New South Wales Masters Championships in Taree. The B grade crew of Blandy Rowe, Hindy Lindell, Jacqueline Harris and Elizabeth Lester. Congratulations to all crews, and especially to Glebe for a 1 and 3 on the podium. Moving on to racing now, Rob. We are lining up here for what will be the women's D Coxless 4. Starting that race a little bit earlier here on your live stream, so make sure if you're wanting to catch this race to stick around, as racing will get underway shortly.
And the race underway, race 125, the women's D Coxless 4. In lane 4, we have Leichhardt, Susan Huggett, Belinda Brigham, Diane Williams, and Kathy Usick. In lane 5, we have Mossman, Christine Foxton, Tiffany Hutchison, M. Barrick, and Sarah Hill. And in lane 6, we have a Mossman composite of Chris McCready, Jenny Wilson, Kelly Ross, and Carissa Kleiman. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the men's C Grade 8. In third and bronze position, Leichhardt, Martin Emery, Andrew McKenzie, Alexander Kempson, Rob Gilmore, Thomas Newsom, Charles Buzzacott, Rob Koskar, David Raymond and Cox Ruth Kelly.
Yeah, and now back to racing here. In what is an interesting race going on here in the women's D4. We have Mossman out there with a 9-second lead. Looking very straight in their course. And rowing very strong leading into the last 300 metres.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go back to the presentation of medals for the men's C Grade 8. In bronze position, Leichhardt, Martin Emery, Andrew McKenzie, Alexander Kempson, Rob Gilmore, Thomas Newsom,
Briston, we're coming through strong here in that white Sykes. Leading through strong and will take the win convincingly, looking comfortable as they do so. With the second Mossman crew of Christine Foxton, Tiffany Hutchison, Em Bruck and Sarah Hill coming across the line. They're in second and a little bit of the way away there, Leichhardt Rowing Club finishing off strong in third place. Off to you, Rob.
And back to the presentation of medals for the men's C Grade 8. The silver medal to the Mossman Composite, Mark Luan, Philip Graham, Paul Bartels, Richard Parry, Rob Giblin, Brenton Yates, Paul Williams, Jose Maria Cigarola Aragai, with coxswain Sally Maspero. And in first place, and gold medalists, University of New South Wales, John Briggs, Michael Pickford, Chris Burns, Nicholas Lazarou, George Lazarou, Ben Whalen, Andrew McEnroe, James Halliday, and coxswain Angela Zeng. Please congratulate all the place getters in the men's C Grade 8.
Presentation of medals for the men's G Coxless 4. In third place, we had University of New South Wales, who have not come up to the podium, so we'll hand over their medals later this afternoon. But in second place, we had Leichhardt 1 over in lane 4, Craig Dully, Norrie Cannon, Tim Clare, and Stephen Duff. And in gold medal here for the men's G Coxless 4, we have Leichhardt as well, with Andrew McCullum, Dean Patterson, Robert Tiley, and Timothy Tyndale taking out the gold medal here for the men's G Coxless 4, the 2023 New South Wales Masters. Congratulations to Leichhardt. It's a good look for Iron Cove clubs here, with Leichhardt looking good on the podium in first and third place. Congratulations, gentlemen. Come on, come back. We're going to stand for that photo.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the women's D Coxless 4. In first place and gold medalists for 2023, the Mossman Composite of Christine McCready, Jenny Wilson, Kelly Ross, and Carissa Kleiman. Please help congratulate the Mossman Composite champions for 2023 in the women's D Coxless 4. Just got a slight break until the women's F8. Just two races to go with the cancellation of... So we've got a 2:50, the scheduled start time for the women's F8. Just a big shout out for the Rowing New South Wales staff and volunteers for helping make this regatta the success it is. And from a club perspective, all those captains and vice captains and those who get those boats on trailers and get them to and from the regattas. So often forgotten, often volunteers also forgotten. So a big shout out to all those helpers in the individual clubs.
It's more than just 1,000 metres, isn't it, Rob? With racing, there's a lot more that goes into regattas.
Absolutely, Marcus. It certainly is. There's a lot of work goes on behind the scenes to make it happen, both from the club perspective, but also from the sport itself.
Well, how did you go this week? I heard you had a mixed state this morning. How did that go? Get that heart rate up?
Yes, Marcus, I did that. My first race in a year, so it was a
traumatising experience.
It was quite traumatising, but managed to get over the distance and managed to keep enough wherewithal to do a grandstand finish. So I always think that's important.
As a coach yourself, Rob, you trying to do the things that you teach. Luckily, the girls aren't here to watch you today. Maybe you wouldn't have. That last 250 probably wasn't a showpiece event, was it?
No comment.
Oh, lucky I'm not racing, Rob. I'm sure I would have been shown up in a few races today, and I'm quite happy I'm not old enough yet to come out here, because I'm sure probably would have gotten beaten by a Mossman crew, because they've had a very successful regatta coming away with roughly 12 gold medals from the weekend. It's been great to see Mossman back out again racing after not having to race much this season due to the redevelopment of their boat shed. So it's been a great regatta to see them back, and see Leichhardt going for that premiership this year as well. So it's more than just a race going on sometimes out here, Rob.
Yeah, very much the case, and it is great to see the field starting to increase again after the COVID layoff and the like, and looking forward to the Australian Championships, where of course when being on Cirque, the entries certainly increase significantly over the state championships. So great hit out for all these crews in preparation for the upcoming regatta in a week and a half's time.
Hopefully the wind can hold off in 10 days' time, and maybe that persistent fog as well. With big days on the cards and only a limited amount of sun, we've got to get through a lot of racing. You're going to be out there, Rob, and maybe give that mixed day another go, or throwing up the towel for the year? What's the plan?
Yes, Marcus, I'm throwing the white towel vigorously at this point in time, and I think the racing for this year is all but done. So I'll leave it to those who are fit and training a whole lot more.
Oh, I can't wait for the spectacle and the extravaganza to continue. Coming up in 11 days' time, starting next Thursday out here, all again for 4 days of fun and hopefully sun.
Yeah, although we have certainly had some cold start, particularly yesterday morning. So I imagine in a couple of weeks' time that is unlikely to get warmer. But anyway, up on the start line we have race 127, the women's F8. In lane 2, North Shore, Mary Walsh, Karen Samet, Catherine James, Jane O'Hanlon, Virginia Fabro, Sally Edwards, Wendy Zamet, Julie Wass and Coxed and Jennifer Pollock, coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 3, the Canberra crew of Ruth Martin, Kerry Collins, Judy Snyder, Christine Brown, Catherine Hodges, Stephanie Isaacson, Leslie Dowling, Judith Dahl-Taylor, Narelle Connor is coxswain and coached by Daryl Ninham. In lane 4, the North Shore crew of Carolyn Boyce, Susan Wannon, Susan Walter, Louise McCouch, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell with coxswain Kelly Marsh and coached by Kim Rudder. The Drummoyne crew of Rowena Stewart, Alex Warner, Leonie Collins, Katrina Shanahan, Bridget Austin, Colleen Chapman, Sky Smith and Marcella Cox, coxed by Wendy Roncolado. In lane 6, the North Shore composite of Judith McDonald, Mary McCulley, Sarah Kavanagh, Bryony Short, Vicky Grundy, Gail Donkin, Christina McCulloch, Rhonda Decker, Jane Kavanagh in Coxed and coached by Justin Peters. And the Sydney University composite crew. And sorry, we've got a bit cut off here, but we know it's Catherine Maxwell, Mika Kelly, Jane Boland, Luella May Oswald. Is all the names that we have available. So just a interesting, Wendy Roncolado in the Drummoyne crew had a bit of a mishap in the single scull a bit earlier on and flipped over. Thought she might be able to get in and still complete the course, only to find out that half her oar was missing. So an unfortunate experience, but she's bounced back and was raring to go for this women's F8.
Well, a doubles partner as well fell out of the single yesterday as well, so it's been a challenging old weekend for Drummoyne out there for Wendy and her.
Yeah, and Gabriel Haythornthwaite, who had a bit of a dip in the single, but it managed to get into the final and compete very well. So you know, there's a lot to be said for you know, the wherewithal to get back into the boat and complete the course. But out on the course, we've got the crews coming down to the 500-metre mark, and the North Shore crew over in lane 2 looks to have a little bit of a lead over the rest of the crew. With the Canberra crew just, sorry, no, that's not the Canberra crew. The second North Shore crew just crossing the line before them, after them, the 500-metre mark, followed by the Drummoyne crew and then the Sydney Uni composite crew, and back to Canberra. So the North Shore, the first number one North Shore crew, going through with about a 4-second lead over their compatriots over there in North Shore, and then Drummoyne and further 4 seconds back in third position.
North Shore trying to do the double here after winning this event last year up in Taree. Looking in of your screens this afternoon, with that wind just blowing down, but it's looking like glass over there in lane 2, and North Shore are taking advantage, well and truly taking advantage of it, with a 1-2 in lane 2 and 4 going on right now, with the battle being who will take out the bronze medal today in the women's F8.
Quite amazing, Marcus, that they'd be rowing in mirror-like conditions over in lane 1. But compared to what we had an hour or so ago, but these two North Shore crews have appeared to have cleaned out from the other crew, with Drummoyne holding on and trying to go with them. But
this lane 4 crew coming through, Rob. Like, who's going to win? This is going to be
I
bragging
know,
rights down at North Shore there. Who's going to take it home?
Certainly is. This is a very even contest, and what a shows the depth of the program there at North Shore, when you've got two crews fighting it out at the head of an 8s field. So it's extremely close, Marcus.
And it looks like in lane 2 they are just dropping back. They just, bow seats have struggled there, and lane 4 in North Shore are capitalising on it, coming home strong, sitting up tall, and they have done it with half a length coming through that finish line there. Great effort there from North Shore. The Coxswain is absolutely in shock coming across the finish line there. Very, very happy and very, very sore. And coming across in third place, we have Drummoyne as well. Great to see Drummoyne get a medal out here today with, it's a close one there for, could not tell the difference between Canberra and the Sydney Uni Composite over there. And back in 6th place, we have the North Shore Abbotsford Composite. Congratulations to North Shore for 1st and 2nd in the women's F8s. We are here for the second last race of the 2023 New South Wales Masters in what is the final of the Men's Masters E Quad Scull. It's great to see full 9 lanes out there today. With the breeze just dropping off ever so slightly, in what will be a nice and fair contest.
In the men's E-Quad Scull in lane 1, Shoalhaven, Bradley Sewell, Oliver Radich, Stuart Drury, Mark Whitaker and coach Andrew Parry. In lane 2, Penrith, Steve Hill, Hugh McDonald, Ian Randall, Magnus Butlin. In lane 3, the Leichhardt Lake Macquarie composite of Jeremy Smith, Stuart Boyd, Sean Ryan and Richard Medway. The lane 4, Manning River of Colin Bruce, Murray Doust, Nick Johnson, Rhett Patterson. In lane 5, Black Mountain, David Nash, Mark Partridge, Paul Williams and Ian Mongan. In lane 6, the Shoalhaven Drummoyne composite of Chris Turner, Morris Sizzy, Harry Davis and Joseph Basher with coach Andrew Parry. In lane 7, we have St George, Glenn Shooter, Steve Harrison, Ayrton Grania Ramos, Alan Robertson and coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 8 we have Drummoyne, Gabriel Haythornthwaite, Charles Hamilton, Gary Foster, Anthony Howarth coached by Robin Mackney. And in lane 9 Endeavour, Peter Bowman, Jared Corrin, Matthew Patton, Tim Blomfeld and coached by Peter Bond.
And we're off here for the second last race of the day. Great seeing that catamaran camera flying around. We get a good view of all those boats. And we've got one crew out there struggling with the buoy line. It is not easy steering a quad going at full pelt down here today at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. Great to have this footage. Brought to you by Bonnet Rowing and supported by Bentley's Thinking Ahead. It's looking pretty even here leading into the 500 metre mark. We'll get a bit of an assessment of where all the crews are at. Looks like just in the middle there, Manning River are dropping a little bit back and over in lane 1, Shoalhaven. But that rest of the group is all quite tight within a boat length of each other coming across that 500 metre point there with Leichhardt Lake Macquarie coming through with Penrith only just behind them and Black Mountain again in another strong quad. This will be a great final 500 metres to see who can walk away with the men's E-Quad Scull.
Well, Marcus, that's for the conditions, that's a pretty snappy time through the 500 metres at 1:32. And as you can see, very little between the next 7 or 8 crews. So it's a very tight race, tight race across the...
and fast racing as well.
And fast racing as well. So the rating's up, the conditions have improved tremendously, as we said before. It looks pretty even across the course now. The lane 1 to lane 9, it looks pretty even across the course. So the crews out in front certainly taking advantage of these better conditions and really pushing it along.
Some really clean rowing out here, Rob. Getting those hands away from the back, and with that time out front, just getting that solid connection, which is very important in a quad. especially in these challenging conditions, making sure those blades are in for as long as possible so you get the maximum clearance and maximum boat run.
Absolutely, and that clean blade work is certainly showing out in the Black Mountain and the other crews here. And Lake Macquarie, the Lake Macquarie Leichhardt composite seems to have a bit of about a length. Do you think about a length, Marcus, on the
half a length? I want to say over Penrith, but it's going to be strong. That Black Mountain crew, I'm always wary of them coming through, but they've just dropped off the pace a little bit there, and I think it's going to be Lake Macquarie that hold on. Here they are looking strong. That lean back is nice and far, and that boat is running very smoothly across the water there, and they are just extending that lead as they go across the finish line, with Lake Macquarie Leichhardt Composite taking away the gold medal in the men's E-Quad Scull, Penrith taking away the silver, and after a big weekend, Black Mountain have come away with a bronze medal. Plenty of tired, hunched over bodies there. What has been a massive weekend for all these athletes. I'm sure plenty will go home and need a big rest and a cold lemonade tonight after what has been a tough 2 days in some very slow head breezes. But that is a very quick race in 3:22.25 there, with Penrith about a boat length behind in second, and then another boat length and a half back to third for Black Mountain.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal presentation for the women's F8, presented by Simon Chow of Bentley's, a long time and a very important sponsor for Rowing New South Wales and rowing in general in our state. In bronze medal, the bronze medal goes to Drummoyne, Rowena Stewart. Alex Warner.
Very proud coach here, getting to say the names through.
Leonie Collins. Katrina Shanahan. Bridget Austin. Colleen Chapman. Sky Smith. Marcella Cox and coxswain Wendy Roncolato. And in silver medal position, North Shore, Mary Walsh. Karen Samet. Catherine James. Jane O'Hanlon. Virginia Fabro. Sally Edwards. Wendy Zamet. Julie Wass, and coxswain Jennifer Pollock. And in first place, and the gold medalist, North Shore, Carolyn Boyce. Susan Wannon, Susan Walter, Louise McCouch, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, and Kelly Marsh Coxon. Congratulations to North Shore gold medalists for 2023 for the New South Wales Women's F8. And out on the course in race 130, the women's B quad scull. In lane 3, Endeavour, Sarah Barnes, Diana Trescott, Rosalie Furness, Natalie Williamson, and coach Peter Bond. In lane 4, Glebe, Belindy Rowe, Heidi Lindell, Jacqueline Harris, and Elizabeth Lester. In lane 5, Canberra, Debbie Berkovics, Jane Bond, Suzanne O'Rourke, Jane Sutherland. In lane 6, Leichhardt, Daniela Borget, Jennifer Zonga, Nikki Lepresti, Taryn Innist, coached by Steve Sherry. And in lane 7, Canberra, Felicity Anthill, Jane Marburg, Emily Kerslake, and Joanna Roy.
This is going to be a hotly contested race here. Rob with Leichhardt in lane 6. Been training this boat quite a lot with Boogett, Jennifer Zonga, Nikki Leprezi, Taryn Innes, and Steve Sherry coaching them very hard, as I can see in the Iron Cove. This head breeze with a bit of a smaller crew here may affect this Leichhardt crew, but Steve Sherry has got them coached very well, and they are going to look strong coming through the first 500 with only a half, almost a second back to Glebe, but you can never count a Steve Sherry coach crew out because they will dig deep all the way through to the finish line here.
Yeah, we seem to be down a few crews there, Marcus. Certainly only Glebe, Leichhardt and Endeavour through the 500, and we can see out on the course, so a couple of scratchings prior to this event.
Well, only the serious ones are out here at 3 o'clock in an afternoon in a massive head breeze. So congratulations to all those athletes who got themselves up, got the sugar in the system, and they're back out again for one last big hit out before the Australian Masters Championship coming up in 11 days' time. And you just see Leichhardt here with a big push, as I suggested, but Glebe are also seeing it and attacking themselves. Coming through to that last 250 metre mark, it is hard to tell here in the commentary box who is leading, with Leichhardt, with Boogett in the stroke seat, really bringing that rating up, really challenging herself in that head breeze. But it looks like Glebe is about half a boat length in front, leading into that last 150 metres. But Leichhardt has gone up again. It is going to be hard to tell who we've got going on here. And I think Glebe have just extended that lead again by about a boat length leading into that last 100 metres. And it has been a wonderful afternoon for Glebe Rowing Club in the quads, coming away with a bronze and gold earlier on. And now Leichhardt are coming through with that bit of boat run there. But I think Glebe have done the job. Bow seats just looking over her shoulder. Make sure she's comfortable, and she was. That was a great race from Glebe. They are looking very tired there, but excellent work to both those crews in what was a great race, coming across the line in 3 minutes and 45 seconds, which is a great time in these challenging conditions. Congratulations to the Glebe crew and Leichhardt for a strong race And the last crew coming across the finish line for the 2023 New South Wales Masters is Endeavour Rowing Club. Well, Rob, that's racing. One more medal presentation and we are off. Back for a bit of mental refresh. Put your feet up for a few days, but it doesn't stop here in New South Wales with the Masters extravaganza continuing in only 11 days' time with the Australian Masters Championship coming to you live again, thanks to Bont here at Cirque.
And thank you, and signing off, Marcus, and great work by all the competitors and everybody else who helps this regatta be the success it is. To Bentley and Bont Rowing for their ongoing support, which is extremely important to our sport.
So you flicked to it when I was just looking at.
Okay. Are you right to do that?
Yeah. And in the second last medal presentation for today, we'd like to welcome Simon again back up to the podium to present the medals for the men's E-Quad Scull. In third place, we had Black Mountain, David Nash, Mark Partridge, Paul Williams, and Ian Mongan. And in second place from Penrith Rowing Club, we have Steve Hill, Hugh McDonald, Ian Randell, and Mangus Butlin. And the gold medal and winners of the men's E-Quad Scull, Leichhardt, Lake Macquarie, Jeremy Smith, Lake Macquarie, Stuart Boyd, Lake Macquarie, Sean Ryan, Lake Macquarie, and from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Richard Medway. Congratulations to the medal winners in the men's E-grade Quad Scull. Oh, great to see Simon from Bentley's jumping in there for that photo op from the men's E-Quad Scull. Congratulations to all those medal winners and all the best getting those trailers loaded and getting home, and hope to see you all back again for Australian Masters in 11 days' time. Now, don't leave us here, folks. We've still got one more medal presentation to come for the 2023 New South Wales Masters Championships, with a presentation of medals coming up shortly for the women's B-grade quad scull. And to cap off what has been a phenomenal 2023 New South Wales Masters Championship, we will have the presentation of medals for the women's B-grade quad scull. And in third place in the women's B quad scull, we have Endeavour, Sarah Barnes, Deanna Trescott, Roselli Finnis, Talia Williamson, coached by Peter Bond. And in second place from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Daniela Bogut, Jennifer Zonga, Nippy Lobstreet, Taryn Innes, coached by Stephen Sherry. And the gold medal winners and the defending champions in the women's B-grade quad scull, Glebe Rowing Club, Blaine D. Rowe, Heidi Lindell, Jacqueline Harris, and Elizabeth Lester. Congratulations to all our medal winners in the 2023 Women's B Grade Masters Quad Scull. Thank you very much to Bentley's for coming out and showing their support to Rowing New South Wales for what has been a wonderful weekend of racing. We look forward to seeing you again back here in 11 days' time for the 2023 Australian Masters Rowing Championships.